Dipper, Piscapoo, and Tesserasso, guys, we are back to the Harry Potter book reviews, guys. High energy, high energy. This is the first time, guys, that we have ever done a single chapter episode. Now, I discussed it with people over on the Patreon, guys, to work out exactly what is best for these chapters, because basically we got 3 very, very long chapters back to back. So what we're going to do is, the current plan anyway, is to do single chapter today. Then next time we will do the 2 other chapters, and so this video might be smaller. But that being said, because I knew I was going to be doing 1 chapter, my notes are actually longer, and it's a great chapter, guys. All sorts happens. Some big surprises actually, especially now watching the movie scenes back. And then next time we will do a bumper big episode. I hope that makes sense, guys. It's really to do with I don't want to say energy levels per se, but every now and then I'll drop in a single chapter, if that makes sense, guys. And to be honest, this felt like a breeze to it. It really did, because it's only 1 chapter. But that being said, we can't be doing single chapters all the time, guys, because we need to get these chapters done. The series is going to take long enough as it is. And so I hope you all understand. As I mentioned to Patreon, guys, if you want to be a part of the book discussion that we have in the second half of this video, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1, guys, and get access to everything on there, all movie reactions, all TV show reactions, all that good stuff. You can pay more, but there's no need to, guys. That $1 will get you everything. And you could be a part of the discussion that we have in the second half of this video, guys. And so looking forward to that. It's my favourite part of doing these reviews, is reading your comments and thoughts and opinions and everything. It's always so interesting. So many different varied takes on everything, which I always really do appreciate. There's definitely be a lot to discuss in this chapter, guys. Stuff that's in the movie, but also, you know what, guys? One of my favourite Harry moments from the movies doesn't appear to be in the book, incredibly. Now, sure, there have been similar moments. I may as well say it. Well, I won't say it now. We need to get this blurb out of the way. Also, if you back the Patreon, guys, you get 2 more episodes of this. So if you ever get up to the latest episode that's out on YouTube, and you complete it, there are going to be 2 more videos over on the Patreon for you to check out, guys. The next chapters and everything. And so that's essentially 10 hours at least. More footage. Sorry. New shirt. Obviously, there's no need to back the Patreon, guys. If you can't, you can always just wait for these episodes to come out. But if you do back it, you are supporting the series, and it is greatly appreciated, guys. Oh, that's not right. There we go. So, I guess we can get started, guys. Not really sure what else to really say. I may as well say the moment that I really like in the movie. And there have been similar moments, but it's never been as blunt as the one that's in the movie. And obviously, it could still be coming in the books. It may just not be where it is in the movie. Because this movie plays around with things, guys. There's something that happens with Ron, which I'm pretty certain is not in this movie. And obviously there's stuff going on with Hermione that isn't in this movie as well. But, yeah, I'll say it now because I might forget later on, guys. But it's Ron saying to Harry that they need to report Umbridge for using that method or discipline on Harry. And Ron says, well, if the other parents find out. And Harry says, yeah, well, I haven't got any of those, have I, Ron? So good, so well delivered by Radcliffe. It's such a great line. Now, I remember even... I'd have to watch it back. I haven't watched my reactions back for ages, guys. But, although I do every now and then get comments saying, started my latest rewatch of your reactions and everything. I just really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. I love reading that as well. It's really nice. I can't think what I was going to say. I've literally lost my blade completely. But yes, that moment is so good. In a movie, and like I say, brilliantly performed and everything. Like I say, it might happen later on, in the book, but yeah, that's right. In my reaction to it, I even remember just like almost like waking up by how brutal a line it is from Harry. Yeah. And it's not in the book, apparently, unless it is in this chapter, in which case I apologise, but I'm pretty certain he did not say that. Harry is so different in the book compared to how he is in the movie. Not to criticise the movie, guys, but, I mean, everyone is. Everyone at this point is very, very different. I'd completely forgotten about the scene where Fred and George are giving the students, the different sweets. Although they're doing it knowingly, though. Because it like shows what... It has the names for them all and everything. Whereas what... We will get into it, guys, but I'm not impressed by friend Jordan's chapter. Not for the first time, but yes, we will discuss it, guys. I'm sure there'll be lots of different takes, especially from Max, who is a big fan of Fred and George, who helps out with the summaries, guys. Max, thank you so much for the extremely late notice that I gave you for being able to get the summary out with the extremely late notice. I'm so sorry about that. I completely forgot. And also Jonas for doing the wonderful side panels. Thank you for reminding me, because I'd completely forgotten. You ended up sending me the side panel without me asking. Anyway, guys, Hufflepuff keyring. Let's get into our singular chapter, guys. I don't know how long this video is going to be, guys, but like I say, my notes are chunky in there, so I think it might be around the same length of a video. I don't know how long the book club is going to be. I'd imagine pretty long, but we will see, guys. Anyway, let's get into the single chapter today. Chapter 13, Unlucky for Some. I was going to say Dolores with Dolores. Detention with Dolores. So, thank you, Max, for the description, and thank you, Jonas, for the side panels. I will preface this description, guys, that, like I said just now, Max is a big Fred and George fan. Or just Fred. And so, yes. I will be giving my opinions afterwards, guys. And so I guess what Max has essentially done he's put his comment into this summary, okay? So, but it's fine. I've had, it's absolutely fine, guys, because, you know, like I say, I'm going to be discussing it regardless. And to be honest, I do have a pretty different take on a lot of it, but we will get through it. And also, Max is also joking as well, so. Whispers are heard by Harry at dinner over what happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Hermione brings up that that's me getting it wrong, not Max. Brings up that before the truth could get out, the Daily Prophet had sunk their teeth into everyone. When they go to do homework, the twins are testing one of their newly perfectly harmless products and willing first-year students. Now, I think that is actually factually incorrect, Max, but we will carry on. Hermione stops this by taking a very unnecessary low blow, metaphorically, not literally, to them by threatening to tell Mrs. Weasley. After that, she begins hiding clothes around the common room, hoping to trick the house elves into freedom they most likely don't want. As Ron points out, but she feels what she is doing is right. The next day is filled with talk of owls. Oh, AOLs. I'm going to call them owls, guys. It's just easy. And we are introduced to the ever so lovely Bowtruckles. That blew my mind. We had blooming, oh no. The mole dude in the last book. Now we got blooming Bowtruckles showing up. I did not expect Bowtruckles to be in this at all, guys. That made me very happy. They are top tier when it comes to my favourite Fantastic Beasts. Nifflers. There we go. Angelina berates Harry over detention because it's when the Seeker tryouts are. The Keeper tryouts, right? Not the Seeker. We will continue. And that he needs to ask for the detention to be rescheduled. Of course, Umbridge doesn't allow it, and Harry has to sit through the detention of "I must not tell lies" being carved into his hand. When Umbridge isn't satisfied, the nasty, vile 5-minute rant censored up for YouTube of a woman makes Harry go through it multiple times. Harry finds out that Ron is trying out for Keeper in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. On the final night of detention, as Umbridge checks his hand, his scar begins to burn. Now that is the first time that she's actually touched him, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure that she just asks for him to show her that the hand on previous nights or evenings, as it incorrectly says. Well, we will get to that. On the final night, Harry's scar begins to burn. It freaks Harry out so much that he can't even be excited that Ron has made the team. Hermione tells Harry he should go to Dumbledore, but Harry is stubborn and thinks that the only thing the headmaster cares about is his scar. Thank you so much for your bias. Sorry, Max, like I say, but I think it's absolutely fine, guys. It's good to hear his take on it. I definitely do have a different take on some parts of it, but we will get into it now. And as always, Jonas, thank you so much for the wonderful side battle. So they are at dinner, guys. The news of Harry's fight has spread unusually, even for how Hogwarts standards, has spread amongst the students. The other students are saying it quietly, but in a way that Harry would blatantly still be able to hear. And Harry puts that down to as if they're trying to goad him into another rage, or maybe potentially to explain what happened. I don't know, but I feel like it probably is the fact that they're trying to get him to explode again. Yeah, hopefully for him to say it starts ranting again. Harry doesn't understand why 2 months before everyone was willing to believe Dumbledore, but Hermione says that they probably actually didn't believe him. But also the fact that that they were told what happened very, very briefly, and then they're off home, where a lot of them, quite a lot of them, are going to be having the prophet's propaganda, the daily propaganda. Hey, right? Am I right? Sorry, ignore me. Pick up my wand. So yeah, they leave with Ron, who's halfway through his apple pie. Don't know why I made that note, but I did. I did. Again, it's probably because I knew that this was going to be a single chapter video, and so I did make little notes like that. But yeah, he did finish his apple pie, guys. Apple pie, is it me or is it massively overrated? But then again, I don't have many sweet pies anyway. We have a lot of... If you say pie in the UK, you're most probably thinking about a savoury one. Either a pork or a beef and gravy, steak and kidney, which Harry attempts to have in this chapter later on. Yeah, pies are generally considered savoury. You obviously can get sweet pies, but they are rare. And I do feel like apple pie is kind of like... You're choosing one of the least interesting fruits for it, in my opinion. Anyway, doesn't matter, does it? And but it depends on what you have with it, of course, as well. Because I had a lovely one for my birthday, actually, at the the pub in Oxford. It's not the Plough. It's not the Plough. No, it's something to do with something to do with rivers. I can't remember what it's called. But it was amazing, though. It was obviously vegan. Yeah, that place was great. I highly recommend. I should really find the name of it. It starts with P. Oxford pub. Oh, actually, show me a map of Oxford, and I can find it that way. It starts with P, definitely. A doobie doobie doo. It's near Thingy Bobby. South. Yeah, it's near Botley. It's off Botley, in fact. It is called... It should be right here. It is called... Where is it? No, it's not the Holly Bush. Where is it? Is it not on Google Maps? It's a very popular pub, guys. It's no way that it's shut. There is no way that it's shut. And this is much more north than I thought it was. It is. It's the Perch. 17th century tavern with a British menu, which is unusual for Britain. Which is no, that was me being sarcastic. Oh wow, they have Scotch eggs. It won't be vegan though. And they have Oxfordshire sauce, which is lovely, but it's not vegan, guys. I don't know if you can get Oxfordshire sauce outside of Oxford, but it's very nice, guys. But I can't have it. But yeah, if you ever find yourself in Oxford, guys, it's so annoying because if you're watching this, I am so sorry. Because I'm very slow to reply on different platforms, guys. I always said Twitter is the best place to contact me, or Blue Sky. I'm really fast to reply on those, but everywhere else, it does take me a while. And so someone messaged me on Instagram saying that they're coming to Oxford. and if I could recommend anything to do for them. And I read that message like weeks after they'd already been to Oxford. And so I'm so sorry to that person. It's so bad at me. It really sucks. But yeah, it's a lovely walk from Oxford train station to the Perch, guys. I highly recommend. It's right next to one of the colleges, apparently. New Teacher College. Fair enough. Either way, we're not here to talk about pubs. Or are we? Hermione says what it was like the other night, because obviously Harry wasn't there. He was like ushered away by fake Moody immediately. So Harry doesn't know of the pandemonium and what actually happened and what people were speculating, because obviously there would have been a heck of a lot of speculation before Dumbledore said anything, and even more after his speech. So yeah, Hermione like says that Dumbledore said that you know that Cedric was killed by Voldemort and Harry had to fight Voldemort. And Harry, when she's saying this, says, which is true, like that. And it's like, we will discuss Harry in this chapter, guys. It's brilliant. I absolutely love it, guys. And you know what? I've said it before and I'll say it again, guys. I was challenged on my take back in the early books that sometimes Harry is being a bit pathetic or thinking stuff that isn't real. And to be honest, the more that we go through the books, guys, I think I'm right. I'd have to go back and check those individual instances here. But Harry is saying, which is true, as if Hermione is defending what other people are thinking. It's so interesting, guys, and it makes him a very, very real character. It's not a criticism of the writing. It's certainly not a criticism of the character. I love it. But yeah, I do feel like it's either it wasn't there and now it is there, and I just happened to, like, you know, mistake it, or it's always been there but now it's becoming more blatant. You know, every single time that Cho's around, we get a fake opinion of what, you know. I think it's brilliant. Anyway. So yeah, Hermione rightfully then says, I know it is Harry, but so please stop biting my head off. And as never an apology, that Harry to Hermione is so interesting to me, guys, because he very, very rarely thanks her for anything. It was the training for one of the trials. What are they called in a Goblet of Fire? Which she did then, like, thank her right at the end, but was getting very, very. I almost want to say that he sulks to Hermione. And I feel like he does that because he knows that she will not take too much offence. But here, she is like saying, can you not bite my head off? Because I think that Hermione knows that Harry is letting off steam on her. And I really appreciate the fact that Hermione is willing to do that. And Ron does it as well. They're both brilliant at doing it. But Hermione is like saying, yeah, you might be taking it a bit too far now. That's my reading on it, guys. And I think it's brilliant. I think it says so much about both the characters. Again, Hermione says that before the students had time for it to sink in, they were off home and then hearing a completely different take on it for 2 months. As they're heading back to the common room, Harry notes that there's no light in Hagrid's hut. I've got on here, who's the new groundskeeper, guys? Who was the groundskeeper after Hagrid? There's no known groundskeeper after Hagrid. I mean, the fact is, he might be still doing both, but he's not there. And so what I'm saying is, who is now doing that role? Because you wouldn't think it's Plank, because you presume that the Care for Magical Creatures being a caretaker, groundskeeper as well, would be quite unusual. It could be. I mean, it'd be a simple answer, wouldn't it? Maybe Dumbledore's doing it. Either way. Or someone else has. But obviously they're just not using Hagrid's hut for whatever reason. So, which is obviously property of the school. Anyway. No apology from Harry I got here. which again, I get. I feel like before I didn't get, but now I get the fact that Harry and Hermione know what's going on here. Harry knows that he can speak to Hermione like that to an extent. There are levels to that, obviously, and Hermione knows that Harry is sulking. I think that might be the wrong word, guys, but being able to express this thing which he doesn't feel like he can with Hermione, and so that's why there's no apology. I do wish that he would apologise, but it's realistic that he's not, though. So they're now in the common room. After a silence, Hermione suddenly goes, "How did Dumbledore let this happen?" Which makes Harry and Ron jump, which is amazing. I should really be deleting this as I go. How can he let that terrible woman teach us? And in our OWL year too, which is so interesting that Hermione says that, because obviously she's concerned about the Ministry and she's concerned about Harry, she's concerned about Voldemort, but you do also get the impression that her main concern is the fact that her owls are coming out, which is fine, guys. It's completely understandable. I am going to be saying owls, by the way, guys. I'm not going to say O-W-L because it's so hard to say for me because I'm an idiot. So yeah, I do feel like good for her. She's looking out for herself, which I appreciate. And Harry Blumman says, "Well, we've never had a great defense against the dark arts teacher, have we?" Excuse me, is what's Lupin chopped werewolf? What? Yeah. How dare you, Harry? He was the best. Blumman. What's his name? Dean. Freaking loved Lupin, which I appreciate, guys. Dean went right up in my estimation last time. He really did. Not that he was low down or anything. But yeah, he certainly went up in my estimation. I feel like there was something else I was meant to say on the intro, and I can't think what it was. I'll try and remember later on. We're going to be here for a while, guys. Let's face it, we're going to be here for a while. So yeah, Lupin getting disrespected. How dare he? I mentioned this before, guys, but he is on an episode of Only Fools and Horses, and when I realised it was him, it blew my mind, because my goodness is he young. The actor, I should say. I wonder if he's going to be playing Lupin in the new one. Maybe I could do it. I was going for the Percy role, guys, but some, let's face it, prick got given the job instead of me. I should really preface, guys, I'm joking. I've had it in my life before where I've been joking, but people have said that I said it so dryly that they think that I'm being serious. So I apologise, guys. I do apologise. I don't want to do that. It's probably something to do with my autism. Never know. What is Dumbledore's idea of employer? Yeah, so there's like saying what was he thinking? And I'm thinking, what was he thinking? Because I don't know, guys. I genuinely don't know. Is it something that is out of his hands? It could be. I don't think it is, though. So what is Dumbledore's? Yeah, I don't know what Dumbledore's plan here is at all, guys. I really don't. And the fact is, I might have forgotten something that happens later on in the movie. And if that's true, perfect, because that's great for checking out the book like this. But I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he's thinking. I've always assumed that. You know what? I've always assumed that he did not have a say when it came to Umbridge. Because we have Trelawney getting, I don't know if she gets fired or suspended or something. I'm pretty sure it's fired. And being turfed out of her home. And that would have been because Dumbledore chose someone who would do that. So yeah, anyway, we will see, guys. I'm sure it will all get explained. There's so many mysteries in this book right now, which I have no idea where any of them are going. The hat thing, I have no idea with Hermione. Oh, there's so much, guys. There's so much. Anyway, let's continue. As like I say, we do a lot of notes to get through for this chapter. Ron says that Fudge wants Umbridge to spy on Hogwarts, and Hermione says, "Well, yeah, that's obvious, like that." And Harry I feel like a weight has come off, a monkey is off my back, as they say, but I feel like a weight is off my shoulders after Harry was my favourite character in Goblet of Fire, guys. It really did. It felt like a new beginning. Because even now, even right now, in fact, I'll try and find out the name of the commenter so you can listen to your name being said in a couple of years by the time that you're up to date on my book reviews. It may not be a couple of years. Actually, to be fair, they are getting through them quite quickly. But there's a commenter right now who's commenting on pretty much not every, but yeah, 2 hours ago, in fact. Tebby Sweet. Shout out Tebby Sweet. If you're still with us, if you can get through the Prisoner of Azkaban, actually, to be fair, she's in to Prisoner of Azkaban right now, in fact. So if you can get through that, good for you, because I was in a bad place during those ones. I really was. And you know what? And I put pinned comments on there saying, by the way, I was in a bad place during these episodes and apologising. And so, yeah, even now people are going through that time where I was just ranting about everything all the time. And I seemed miserable, guys. I may as well say it. I was miserable. It had nothing to do with the book or the reviews or anything. It was to do with my real life. And so, yeah. So yeah, shout out Tebby Sweet if you do continue to read post Prisoner of Azkaban. But yeah, so after having that redemption of being able to choose Harry as my favourite character from Goblet of Fire, it's so good, guys, because now I feel like I can call him out on stuff and it won't seem like I'm being quite as nasty as I was. Harry criticising Hermione, of all people, and Ron, let's face it, for arguing when he keeps snapping at them all the time is outrageous. It's outrageous. But you know what? Maybe he realises that. But, you know, because Hermione's just saying words. She's just saying facts. And Harry's like snapping at her as if she's saying something else. And then he's telling Ron and Hermione to not argue. Which is also fair, guys, because they literally constantly argue. So that is also fair as well. But I'm saying is that they're all a nightmare. The Golden Trio are 3 freaking nightmares. Where is the plough in Oxford? I don't remember there being a plough in Oxford. Oh, it looks nice. That's like right where I used to go out. The Red Lion. Wait, what? Oh, the plough. I didn't know. Is that called the plough? It's too small. It's too small, guys. No, wait, what? That is a new pub. There's a new pub, and it looks very nice. It looks more like a bar than a pub, as it is straight in the middle of Oxford. It's in a beautiful building. When I was a kid, it was always a suit shop. You know, a proper, a tailor, I guess you'd say. A proper, like, you know, posh Oxford suit shop. Food looks good. I bet they don't do anything vegan. Sorry, guys. I just want to. This is the thing. This is the thing, guys. I'm freaking. I was going to say something extremely rude there, but I'm Mr. Oh, I've only got one chapter to do today, and then I know that I'm going to end up having this video run over 6 hours. I know that I am, so we need to get on. VG. Does that mean vegan or vegetarian? VG usually means VG usually means vegan. Spinach and courgette, no. Sweet potato, no. Where's our fake meat, guys? Friggin' Domino's have stopped doing fake pepperoni for some reason. Anyway, they do vegan options. Peach and apricot crumble with vanilla ice cream. Right. Sorry, guys. I just didn't know it was a pub. That's bizarre to me. Like I say, it was always a suit shop. So it is going to be a very small shop. A very small bar. But the one which is just around the corner, which I think is called the Free Goat's Head. That is too small. It's nice and they do nice beer in there, but it's too small. It's basically someone's house, it feels like, you know? Anyway. Onward. And I can't talk about Oxford because it's technically Harry Potter related. Shut up. Right. Back to it. Tangents are getting too much, Veggie. Potions homework. Harry writes down the title of the homework and then just looks at Hermione expectantly. I love these idiots, I really do. Hermione is distracted by Fred, George, and Lee doing something over in the corner, which, like I say, I don't remember there being a representation in the movie, guys, but the bloomin' is. The bloomin' is. And the first years are around them chewing on something. Hermione wants to intervene. Ron doesn't want to, typically. I've got down here that Fred and George... No, just Fred and George, not Lee. Fred and George doing that in eye shot of Hermione and Ron is disrespectful to them. The fact that they're doing it... Because they know that that Hermione, in particular, is not going to be happy with what they're doing. Because that's already come up. It has, yeah, because of the poster. So it's already come up. So they are... I think they're being out of order in... I think they're being... out of order here. And Max, I apologise. I'm really looking forward to the book club, guys, because I don't know how many of you guys are going to be agreeing with me, but I think that it is going to be I think it's going to be the majority, guys. It's not as bad what they did to Dudley. That was actually evil, quite frankly. And I don't think Dudley deserved it either, to be honest. He thought he was going to die, guys. And his parents thought he was going to die. And so, yeah. And as I remember, I feel like most people agreed with me on that. The fact is, Fred and George are meant to be very funny characters. What I'm saying is that if you saw these characters in real life, you wouldn't find it as funny. And I would be with Hermione. I absolutely would, guys. I you know... I feel like, apart from the fact she's much, much, much more intelligent than me, I do feel like we think alike quite often. The house elves things we will get into, guys, because there's obviously a lot of turns on that here. And it turns out that the first years are being given fainting fancies. I don't know if that's the first time we've heard about them. Probably not. Probably not, because Harry actually says that they're called fainting fancies. That's obviously a play on French fancies, isn't it? French fancies are glorious, guys. They're not vegan. I actually don't know, but I can't imagine them. I mean, let's face it, they're mostly sugar. French fancies. They are so good, though, guys. There's going to be some recipe to make them. Vegan XL French fancy. Oh, you can buy it, and it's huge. It's like the size of your fingers, or my fingers. That ain't gonna be like a French fancy if it's gonna be that big. Yeah, there's lots of vlogs on how to make them and everything. They are absolutely brilliant. I don't know if you can get them outside the... Obviously, you can get them in France, I'd imagine. But I don't know how popular they are around the world, guys. But if you want a little cake, they are jam-packed full of egg and milk. They really are. Okay, fine. But they are so nice. I'm not a big fan of the brown ones, the chocolate ones. But the pink and the yellow ones, guys, all day, every day. It's sponge cake. It's like a square sponge. They're usually around this size. A square sponge with what is the stuff on top? It's a vanilla flavour. I didn't know that. So it's like a little bit of on top. It's like almost a disc or like a blob of vanilla flavoured fondant. I'm not exactly sure what it is. And then the whole thing is covered in either yellow, pink or brown icing, and then like detailed with a little bit more icing of it in a different colour. They are so nice. They are so nice, but naturally not vegan. Tea cakes are amazing as well, but they're more like an experience. I think I'd take a French fancy over a tea cake. I am getting so sidetracked. No, I'm not. We're talking about fainting fancies. So I think that. I think that fainting fancies is a reference to French fancies, right? And I can't say French fancy. I have to say French fancy. I just enjoy saying it. Have French fancy. So let me know if you've had a French fancy, guys. Jeez Louise, this is going to be the worst review of all time, guys. I have to put an apology at the top of this one. But yes, if you could start your comment on this video saying if you have or haven't ever had a French fancy, and then have your comment underneath. That's the sort of thing that only I would find funny, guys. Toothpicks. I'm giving myself a headache. I talk too much. I don't breathe enough, and I don't drink enough either. But yeah, I also had that lovely comment last time saying that they are, I don't know if concerned is too strong a term, but they've noted that I often feel quite drained by the end of these videos and everything. I honestly think it's because I talk too fast. Trying to keep it under 6 hours, you know, but I do need to be breathing though. That's actually quite important in life. I can feel my brain doesn't have enough oxygen, you know. I'm gonna sneeze again. Pardon me, guys. No, I'm gonna have a little break. So maybe this new shirt, maybe, but my nose has been going a lot today, guys. And also, I need to be having more breaks anyway. But we're just in a good half an hour, so that's a good chunk. Good old chunky monkey, which is what I call Woozle sometimes. So we've done the French fancy talk, haven't we? Right, that was important to get that out of the way. Potions homework. We've done that. Oh yes, French fancies. Okay, jeez. Okay. So Hermione marches over, guys. Ron like hovers to get up, and it says, she got it under control. Sits back down again, just pray, because he's again, and that's what I mean by Fred and George being disrespectful. You know, they know that they know that they are putting Ron in this extremely difficult situation, in this humiliating situation. I'd go as far as that. I feel like it is kind of humiliating. Everyone starts laughing at Hermione in a second. So Fred and George are knowingly humiliating, and in a very goading, nasty way, I feel, Hermione and Ron. And I'm not saying that they hate them, but they are doing something which is pretty horrible to them right now. I wonder what Percy would have done. Percy would have given them detention. But yeah, I mean, this is my take, guys. It's gonna be interesting to read the comments on it. And the thing is, guys, because we're doing a review of the book, I'm going to be taking it a slightly less light-hearted way, you know, which is bad. It's actually bad, because if I was reading this as a book, I was thinking, oh, that's quite a funny scene, and Hermione ends up winning, which is good. But because we are assessing this and reviewing it and discussing motives and all that sort of thing, I think that what Fred and George are doing is an insult to Hermione and Ron. Doing it right in front of them, you know. Fred and George say that the sweets are harmless and that they've tried them on themselves. They're just seeing if it's going to be the same on everyone else. Harry gets it. Now this is a bit which I disagree with Max's summary, because Harry, at least, now this isn't confirmed, but Harry gets the impression by the faces of the first years that they were not told what these sweets would do, which does not mean that they are willing. And so, whereas in the movie, it definitely seems like they know what's going on, because it says fainting fancies and all the other names are on the boxes. Which makes it certainly less nasty, because it is nasty, guys. But the thing is, because they're unnamed first years, we almost are encouraged to not take it as seriously as I am. But I don't like what they're doing here, guys, and I'm glad that Hermione Blums puts her foot down. Lucky Ron didn't; he'd break the whole blooming floor. Hermione snatches the clipboard and sweets from them. Fred and George do say that they had tried them, and they're just gauging what the reaction would be to other people, which again could be very bad. Fred and George ask if Hermione will be giving them detention or telling them to write lines in a way, and it says this in the book, in a way that is basically saying, we'd like to see you try. Again, it's insulting to her, guys. Yeah. I feel like they've let me down a bit. You know, I do, guys. If it was confirmed that that's the students, because in fact it's just first years, it feels like they are the most naive ones, so they're going to fall for it. That's why they're choosing first years, isn't it? I think. if it was confirmed that the First Years knew what they were doing going in, and knew what the sweets would do, or could potentially do, even then I don't think it's great, but it's a heck of a lot better than what the impression that Harry got from it, at least. Onlookers, upon like saying about detention and writing lines and everything, start laughing at Hermione, basically, essentially. It says that her hair crackled with electricity, which is amazing. Just imagine this manga-style situation going on. And Hermione threatens to tell Molly, which is actually a really good workout. I didn't think of that, so good on Hermione there. And it works. And Fred and George are horrified. They do feel like Max says, they give her an impression of like that's below the belt and everything, which I don't think it is. Quite frankly, it's better than. No, it probably isn't actually, is it? I was going to say that it's probably better than telling Dumbledore, but it probably is. 'Cause I don't think. Would they get expelled for it? I'm trying to think what situations Harry's been threatened with expulsion before. I'll say this: Harry using his Patronus, but then again, people don't know that the Dementor was real. Is a heck of a lot lighter crime than is it? Because the Secrecy Act thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually. I'm gonna jump off that line of thinking straight away. And yeah, it works. And so and Hermione orders them to stop giving sweets to the First Years. I got to hear, is this the first time that Fred and George have been thwarted? It probably isn't. It probably isn't. Because we're in book 5, it probably isn't. But it does feel like it's the first time that someone has actually one-upped them. I can't think of any other occasions, but I was so happy for Hermione here. And she doesn't enjoy doing this. She's like, feeling very stressed about it because she's been put into this situation by Fred and George. I think they're out of order. I really do. Doing it in front of them is so bad. And doing it at all is bad, guys. But the thing that bothers me the most is the fact that they're doing it in front of Hermione and Ron. Maybe they just didn't think about it. But if they did think about it and thought, nah, we'll get away with it, I don't like that. I don't. Either way. I hope that I'm not bringing the mood down, guys. Because like I say, if I was just reading this book without doing the reviews and everything, I wouldn't be taking it this seriously. But, that's what happens, isn't it? Ron is now low in his chair, where his head is basically the same height as his knees, which is not good posture. It's not good for your posture. He says, thank you for your support, and Ron says, you handled it fine yourself. Which I feel like Ron probably does feel very, very bad about it. I mean, he must do, but... I mean, good on Hermione. And clearly, even after doing it, she's not, like, proud or happy about it or anything. She hates the fact that she had to do it. Hermione then gets some woody object out, and in this part of the book, I was like, where is this going? I have no idea where this is going. Turns out that the little hats and puts, like, parchment and I think a broken quill over them. Quill. And, I think Ron or Harry asks us what they are, and Hermione said, hat for house elves. Now, when she first said this, guys, I thought it meant a hat with a slogan on it, which says, hats for house elves, which doesn't make any blooming sense. But no, they're knitted hats, which she did over the summer, which meant that it took longer because she couldn't use magic, which is a nice little detail like that. And yeah, they are to trick house elves into picking them up. Surely that wouldn't count. Surely that would not count, guys. And they are disappearing, so I'm not sure where they're going. I can't imagine it's house elves. I feel it's probably going to be Fred and George getting revenge, maybe. But surely that doesn't count. We've talked about laundry in the past, guys, where house elves just wouldn't be able to do laundry. It feels odd, guys. And also, if a house elf picks up, is given an item of clothes, and then the person says, "Oh, do you want to be my my house elf again?" Surely they can just say yes, right? Because Winky has moved owner, hasn't she? So it's possible to move to different ones. So I don't think that a house elf accidentally picking up something would count. But then we go back to the sock thing, you know? I don't know. I don't know. So Ron angrily says that they may not want to be free, and Hermione says, "Of course they do," and everything. I find it so interesting, guys. I appreciate Hermione for what she's doing. If it's right or not, it's, you know, I'm going to take it case by case, and this time it doesn't feel right at all. It really doesn't, guys. It's if she can't explain to a house elf why they should want to be free, you shouldn't be then trying to trick them into it, you know. I love Hermione that says, "Don't you dare touch those hats," to Ron. Really like that line. Ron waits for Hermione to leave. She goes to bed and removes the parchment so the hats can be seen by anyone who picks them up. Yeah, they're essentially house elf traps, which is not good. It's not good, guys. But again, I appreciate Spew, and I appreciate Hermione's chutzpah. Is that the right term? Probably not. Upon removing the parchment, Ron says they should at least see what they are picking up, which is fair. And yeah, I got down here, house elf re-employment. Surely that would be fine. If they said, "Hey Dumbledore, you'll never guess what, Plymouth picked up this act that some schmuck left in common room. Can I have my job back?" He's going to just say yes. Surely that would work. Or maybe not. Maybe there's some magical mystery tour about it. Harry then goes off to bed. He passes Seamus, but doesn't look at him. He does get the feeling that Seamus was about to speak, though, and so speeds up so they can't have that. Which is so interesting. I find this Seamus situation so interesting, guys. I really do, because we get another here. We hear a bit about him later on. I think when Luna sides with Harry, about him looking confused but determined or something. Such good stuff. Such good stuff. Hermione's having coffee for breakfast. Coffee at Hogwarts? I don't remember there being coffee at school, guys. Coffee or tea. There probably was. I certainly never had any because it took me years. In fact, it took me until I was a barrister. Barista, sorry, a barrister. A barista to actually get into coffee. But even now, I would only ever have it as a treat. It used to be the thing which I'd have where Mum and I would go shopping or go to a cafe. Then I would have coffee, but now I very rarely have coffee. I don't think I drink enough water, and so when I have it, it kind of makes me feel rubbish. You know, I feel like that's my issue with it. I do enjoy it though. I do enjoy it, but yeah, I don't remember there being coffee and tea at school though. Because nowadays, if you buy a Red Bull or like a caffeine energy drink, as they call them, in the UK you have to be over 16, so you'll get ID'd, guys. If you do on one of the self checkouts and everything, it'll say wait for someone to put this through. Either way, the house elf hats are gone that morning, guys. Ron says they were more likely. Ron says that the hats looked more like woolly bladders, and then then the next line is Hermione didn't speak to Ron for the rest of the morning, which I really like that. It doesn't actually say what Hermione's initial response was, but it's like that's it for the rest of the morning. Charms and transfigurations. Sorry. Feels like ages since we've heard from Flitwick, which it probably hasn't been. It but it felt like a long time. It's obviously we had him and Harry talking about the summoning charm, which is what they are learning in this exam. I don't know if that's because of what happened at the in the Goblet of Fire Tri-Wizards tournament, I should say. But yes, nice to hear from him again. Summoning charm, which will most likely come up in the exam, as Flitwick says. Also doing vanishing spells. I'm wondering if this is similar to the vanishing spell, because we've heard in this book alone, different vanishing spells, or maybe the same one, in fact, over and over. So it definitely feels like it's building up to some big vanishing spell twist, you know. But we keep on hearing about him, doesn't we? You know, Bill making the map disappear and everything. Hermione's able to do the vanishing spell on her third attempt and gets 10 points for Gryffindor. Harry and Ron in library researching moonstones. So, yeah, because Hermione's not going to help them out and everything. They're actually researching in the library, which is a miracle, which Hermione does not want to be in the presence of them at the moment, or at least Ron. Care for magical creatures. Draco with Crabcoil, Pansy, and others are laughing at something. Bloomin' Bowtruckles, guys. That I was not expecting that at all. Talking about Bowtruckles, guys, I'd love to get back to the Hogwarts Legacy playthrough, but one is finding the time to live stream, which I'm struggling to, and two, my bloomin' D drive, guys. It's been fine for the longest time, and then last night it failed when I was just playing Red Alert, like the old the old Command Conquer game. So if it can't run that without crashing, I'm going to replace it, which sucks. I'm really trying to save as much money as possible at the moment, guys. Chucking as much as I can into an ISA. I really am. I'm becoming almost a little bit mad about it, in fact, but I should probably just replace my D drive. It sucks, guys. It really sucks. How much are SSD drive prices? They go up to £100. Oh no, £23 to 316. Maybe I just get the 316 and be done with it. Are the more expensive ones going to last longer, or is that not how? It doesn't feel like that's how technology works anymore, is it? I hate computer stuff, guys. Luckily, my brother knows how to do all that stuff. I don't know if it's something to do with autism or anything, but I've always had it where if there is a subject that I'm not interested in, I cannot learn it. I don't understand why you have two different types of memory. Why not call one of them a different thing? RAM, isn't it? RAM or space or something. Cars. I've had horsepower explained to me. I couldn't tell you for a second what it means now. All these sort of things, if I don't have an interest in the subject, I cannot learn them. And I certainly am not interested in computers. As far as I'm concerned, they should just work, and everything should be self-explanatory. No typing, colon, forward, slash, and all that sort of rubbish. We shouldn't be past all that sort of stuff. Anyway, sorry guys. Should be more user-friendly, shouldn't it? What are you worried about putting computer technicians out of jobs or something? Anyway, sorry. Enough about that. So yeah, that was frustrating. So I'd love to get back to Hogwarts Legacy, guys, but that is, the stream crashes. That's it, and it's quite embarrassing, doing a stream and then have to say sorry, guys, bye, because that now I just cannot continue. Anyway, so yeah, bloomin' Bowtruckles. I wouldn't have. If you'd asked me, do you reckon Bowtruckles would come up in the books? I would have said definitely not. I thought that they came in at Fantastic Beasts. I'm not against them being in the books. I think it's fantastic, in fact. I bloomin' love them, guys. They are definitely in my golden trio of Fantastic Beasts. I got down here Pav and Lav, which I'm going to start calling them from now on, guys. Pav and Lav. But yeah, Pav and Lav are excited to see the Bowtruckles, as would I be. Pav, Lav, and whoa! No! Do not say that, Veggie! Oh my goodness, I was going to add my name to that, but it would have been quite... Sorry. I'm going to move on, because I'm going to turn pink, like Ron's ears. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Yeah, so Pavlav and Veggie. I think you might be able to see what I nearly did then. Sorry. Okay, moving on. Pavlav and myself would be very excited at the Bowtruckles. Harry Harry's annoyed by their excitement, and thinks to himself how Hagrid had shown Pav and Lav interesting creatures before, so why are they so excited about this? And again, that's Harry being petty. You know, it really is, and it basically explains it later on. How he's annoyed how well the class went and everything, which is brilliant. It's such a great character point. But he's really resentful to Pav and Lav and myself. If you don't understand what I nearly just did, guys, I ain't going to explain it to you. Someone else can explain it to you in the comments. God. Anyway. They eat with lice. That's a letdown. I would have thought they'd been vegan, quite frankly, but no, they eat with lice or fairy eggs if they can get them. Nice little detail there. They're also vicious, guys, which I did not expect. They will gouge your eyes out if they're made angry, which is, wow, that didn't happen in Fantastic Beasts, did it? Harry asks Plank about Hagrid. I've got down here, would she know? I mean, I don't think she would know at all. But no, Plank doesn't give him an answer or anything. Draco says that he may be badly injured, goading at Harry. And says that Hagrid is messing with stuff that is too big for him, which is a direct threat. But also, I mean, Draco knows then, doesn't he? He knows what Hagrid is doing. Which, if he told the Daily Prophet guys that Hagrid, a half giant, is working against the Ministry of Magic. But then again, the Prophet doesn't want people to think that there is anything going on, do they? They just want to say that everyone's mad. We're all mad here. Written in Oxford. Mentioned again, guys, there is a shop in Oxford called Alice's something, and I don't know if it's the building where it was written, but I'm pretty sure the building is significant to Alice in Wonderland. No, it wouldn't have been written there. No, I think there's a few Alice in Wonderland themed things now, but back in the day, the only one which I remembered was there being a bookshop, which was Alice's something. But now there's a pub which changed its name to something from Alice in Wonderland. I can't remember. Through the Looking Glass? Is that a pub in Oxford? I don't think so. Alice in Wonderland Oxford pub. The Mad Hatter? Where's that? Down Cowley Road, apparently. Oh my goodness. That does not look like a nice place. I'm not a big fan of Oxfordshire pubs, guys. Oxford pubs, I should say. Oh, it doesn't look particularly open either. It's got a nice sign though. It's got a big kebab van outside it. Where is this? Circus Street. Absolutely no idea. It's down Cowley. Yeah, I find Oxford quite depressing a place, to be honest, guys. I think it's because I've always associated it as being my parents' place and not mine. Because they both grew, not exclusively, but they spent part of their childhood. Actually, Dad grew up exclusively in Oxford, I'm pretty sure. Mum moved about. In fact, she lived in Egypt for a while because her father was in the military. Suez. Yeah, my grandfather fought in Suez, guys. It essentially destroyed him. Got PTSD, very bad PTSD. I never met him. He died long before I was born. He died when I think my mum was 12 or something. But yeah, I've always found Oxford to have a tinge of sadness about it for me, which is bad. I'm going to try and solve it by taking Woozle into Oxford more often. I feel like that might solve it, you know? Because if I take Woozle anywhere, I will have good memories of that place. Because I freaking love that dog. I really do. I'll get her in a bit, though. Anyway, come on. Enough of the tangents, Veggie. You need to get through your notes. You really do. Yeah, we got a lot of notes to get through, guys. We really do. So yeah, Draco seems to actually know what Hagrid is at least up to. Obviously, what he's saying may not be true, and I don't think it is true about him being injured and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's very interesting that Draco would not have that information. Harry relays that back to Hermione and Ron. Hermione says that he's just trying to annoy him. Dumbledore? Oh, Draco. Sorry. Draco loudly says that Ministry of Magic is trying to crack down on subpar teachers. And so Hagrid probably won't be back anyway. Harry nearly snaps a Bowtruckle. Bloomin' heck, Harry. Yeah, I'm not impressed by that. I'm not impressed by that, Harry. He didn't do it on purpose, but obviously he didn't associate the thing with being alive. Which I guess is natural. A natural response, but yeah, be careful though. And then he the Bowtruckle like storms off into the woods. I'd love to see that. I really hope we see that footage of him just like walking off. Like if it just shows him for ages just walking off into the distance. I'd love that. Yeah, so it gives him a bloody hand for his trouble. Hermione ties Harry's hand with a handkerchief. Very interesting that there's no magic used, but also the fact that Hermione's using a handkerchief. And would people in the Wizarding World have handkerchiefs? I think probably not. Because it's the same thing as like of wizards not understanding what dentists are. Do wizards sneeze? Do they cough? Or is it all without thinking, done naturally, gotten rid of naturally? I'm not sure we've ever had anyone cough in the Wizarding World. What a boring question. My goodness. But yes, handkerchiefs in the Wizarding World, guys. It's an interesting topic. Or not. Hermione warns not to pick a fight with Prefect Draco, which I'd actually forgotten about, to be fair. Because Draco could make his life difficult, and Harry says, "Wow, I wonder what it's like to have a difficult life," which Ron then scoffs at as well. Which is fair, which is a fair point, but at the same time, that isn't what Hermione was saying. I just feel sorry for Hermione whenever Harry's like this, guys. But again, it's like she is the person that he can do that to the most. You know, even Ron, he isn't that snappy with. And so, yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I really, really do. But yeah, I've got down here, she never gets the respect that she deserves. And obviously going back to, Harry wanting Ron and Hermione to stop fighting, and yet he's coming out with lines like that. Harry says, threatening not to say... What? Harry says, threateningly, not to say Plank is better than Hagrid. Yeah, it's... Oh, jeez. And he says it threateningly to them. Annoyed about how perfect the lesson went. It's amazing. Again, this is so good to see this in black and white now, because I've always thought that there's a discrepancy with reality and what Harry is thinking. And so I really like it now. It may not have been there in the past, guys. I must admit that. But I really appreciate now that it is blatantly there. I really like that. I find it hilarious. I really do. I really do. I think it's great. Herbology. G and L. Oh, Ginny and Luna. I can't believe what I nearly just said just now. Anyway. Are coming out to the lesson as they're going in. Luna says, I believe he who must not be named, which I've got down here, HWSNBN, is back, and I believe you fought him. I got down here. That's the last thing that Harry needs. Luna's great, guys. It's so cool. It's so cool to finally meet her, you know. Despite the fact that I met her before, it's so cool to meet this original version of Luna. It's great. It's a lot of fun. It really is. But yeah, that's the last thing that Harry needs. Apparently she's wearing earrings that look like orange radishes. Pav and Lav are laughing at her, but not the other one. I'm not getting... I'm going to drop that now. Pav and Lav are laughing at her. Luna thinks that they're laughing at what she said. And she says to them, people used to believe that there was no such thing as a blubbering humdinger, blubbering humdinger, or a crimblehorn snorlack. And Hermione says, well, they were right, weren't they? I love how I'm really liking this Luna and Hermione thing, guys. I really do. I mean, they really don't. It's not like Fleur, is it? Where Hermione clearly took exception to all of them straight away. But yeah, they really are two sides of, well, not the same coin. They're two sides of different coins, which is not a term. Hermione walks off, as is her wont. Harry says, do you mind not offending... Oh, sorry. Luna walks off after what Harry said, after what Hermione said. And Harry says to Hermione, do you mind not offending the only people that believe me? I appreciate how real this is, but my goodness, Hermione needs some respect. I really... But also, I kind of get it. Because Luna's just said that she believes Harry. And it is almost like Hermione is like, taking down one of the very few people that actually believe him. Ginny told Hermione all about Luna. That Luna will only believe things if there is no proof at all. Which seems very modern. It feels quite of its time now. But I don't know if that's literal or Ginny is being, or Ginny was joking, maybe. But yeah, I love the fact that Luna will only believe something if there is no proof of it. It's an interesting approach to life. Okay, Harry thinks that maybe Luna had been lying about the horses. Oh yeah. So because of this, now Harry thinks that maybe Luna was actually making it up. About seeing the thing that Harry could see, which I hadn't considered at all. But it's so interesting that Harry's now coming to that estimation, because it's not something which I thought about. Ernie says, I want you to know, Potter, that it is not only weirdos that believe you. Wow. I personally believe you 100%. My family has always stood firmly behind Dumbledore, and so do I. Got on here. Legend. What a legend. And Harry is surprised, taken aback, but is actually pleased, pleased about the support. He does think to himself that Ernie is quite, what's the term that he used? I don't think I wrote it down. Pompous. Oh yeah, Ernie might be pompous on occasions like this, but Harry was in the mood to deeply appreciate a vote of confidence from someone that didn't have radishes dangling from their ears. What a great line, guys. I absolutely love it. You had to have a little Hufflepuff dig, don't it? Well, it's not Hufflepuff dig, but Ernie dig. Ernie dig. Erdinger. That was a pub. That was a beer. Anyway. Seamus is looking on, confused but defiant at them. I really hope this Seamus thing pays off, because I'm really enjoying it, guys. I really am. And I feel bad for him. I really do. I feel bad for Harry, obviously, but I do feel bad. It's because I never liked that scene in the movie. That I'm really, really appreciating Seamus right now. I really am. The homework just keeps on piling up. And that's throughout this chapter, guys. It's getting more and more and more. It's insane. I don't know why this wasn't 2 chapters, It feels like it could have been 2 chapters. Anyway. Dinner. Angelina is angry. Angry at Harry getting detention during the tryouts, and says, you've decided not to... You've decided that you're not going to be there, which is such... I know there are some people that would word it like that, but that's such a bad way of wording it. But yeah, it's like, you decided to get in trouble, is what she's saying. And so yeah, that's brutal. But it's great, though. It's lovely seeing a bit of a character from Angelina, guys. It's a bit more depth, a bit more depth for her. It's clear that the stress of the role is getting to her, and we hear that later on. She tells Harry to get Umbridge to let him off on Friday. To say, sorry. yes, so she tells Harry to get Umbridge to let him off on Friday, for him to say something like Voldemort was a figment of his imagination, which is such an insult, considering Angelina knows what happened to his parents, right? She must do. That is a bad thing to say. That really is. But then again, she's like Oliver Wood now. She's essentially become Oliver. She's turned into Oliver Wood, quite frankly. Yeah, it's quite an insulting thing to say to Harry Potter, though, really, isn't it? Oh. So after giving Harry an earful, Angelina storms off. And Harry says to Ron and Hermione, you know what? I think we had better check with Piddlemere United if Oliver Wood's been killed during a training lesson, because Angelina seems to be channeling his spirit. Just an amazing line. We'd already know that Woods has been picked up by a professional team, haven't we? That's a good for him, good for him. Not playing for England yet, though. Or is it Britain? I can't remember. It's England, isn't it? Is it Britain? So there's a not George Cross, sorry, there's a Union flag on the moving. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. Harry plans to offer to have 2 more detentions in place of Friday. Says how much homework that they have, which is getting madness. I don't know if I think I may have skipped over it, guys, but the amount of homework that they're getting is in it. I'm pretty certain. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but in a school, the amount of homework has to be discussed between the teachers on when and where they give homework and everything. Right? That has to be the case. I know that some of you guys are teachers, aren't you? That has to be the case. You can't all accidentally not give anyone homework one week and then the next week all give them homework, you know. There has to be some sort of discussion regarding it. I should really just ask my brother, really. He's a teacher. But Hogwarts is a badly run school, isn't it? It just is, guys. It seems like such a whimsical, beautiful place and everything, but my goodness, the running of it is absolutely diabolical, isn't it? We gotta say it, guys. We gotta say it. Let me know if you disagree, guys, but my goodness, I think it's badly run. Harry plans to Ron, and it's. Oh, that's why he's upset about the rain. That is only just dropped, ironically. That's only just, the pennies only just dropped for me there, guys. Yeah. So when Harry's saying about how much homework there is and everything, Ron adds to it and says, yeah, and it's gonna rain. And Hermione says, what's that got to do with homework? And Ron, like, embarrassing says, nothing. Like that. I've only just worked out what that means. Oh man, this is a long chapter, guys. It is a long, long chapter. And what I thought was going to be the bulk of it is actually pretty blimmin' short. The actual detention. It should be 2 chapters, this. Anyway. Umbridge's office. Harry remembers how Lockhart's office had portraits of him. Lupin would have like strange dark creatures. I think in jars, I think it said. Or strange dark creatures at least. Moody's was packed with instruments about unveiling secrecy and everything, and now it is covered in doilies, plates with technicolored cats, which is I'm pretty sure the cats are technicolored rather than plates. The cats in the movie are just normal looking cats, aren't they? I'm pretty certain, but yes, I'm pretty sure that they're meant to be technicolored cats in the book. Umbridge is wearing flowery robes, which I presume is different from a usual outfit, a usual getter. It says, good evening, Mr. Potter. I've got down here, it isn't the evening, it's 5 PM. Evening starts at 6, right? I'm sure it does. If I'm wrong there, I apologise, but I'm sure it does. So it's not evening. Umbridge, it's the worst thing she's ever done, saying that's evening. Harry asks if he can skip Fridays, knowing that it isn't going to work, and Umbridge naturally says, she says that this is punishment for spending attention-seeking stories. Now, I got down here, guys. It is annoying that she says no. I'm actually with her. She's actually making a good point. It's basically Harry's like saying, yeah, but I've got something planned for that, so I can't have detention. Like, yeah, then you shouldn't have done the crime, then, you know. And I say crime very interestingly because Umbridge actually uses the term guilt in a moment. But she is right, though. You can't let someone off detention, let someone off a punishment or change a punishment to fit them, because then you're basically not punishing them as strongly, you know. She says punishment can certainly not be adjusted to suit the guilty one's convenience. Now, it's so interesting that she used the term guilty. That's obviously a big it's a legal thing, isn't it? It's a legal term rather than, you know, the sort of term that you talk about a naughty student now. She's using that because that's her background, isn't it? So that's very, very interesting use of that word. You'd think that McGonagall would let Harry change the day of a detention with her so he could go to practice, but I'm not sure anyone else would. I mean, Snape obviously wouldn't. I don't know, I can't imagine detention with any of the other ones. I really can't. Really, imagine detention with Flitwick. That'd be bizarre. I think it is a good thing you are missing something you really want to do. Again, she's kind of right. I hate saying it. Umbridge is still smiling. Harry thinks she is hoping he would start shouting at him again. Not sure if that's in his head or not, because Umbridge is always has this creepy smile on her face. Harry's estimation is that it's a goading situation, but at the same time, Harry has just been turned down from going to tryouts, I should say, and so maybe he is actually... I think he might be imagining that one on this one, just because of the timing, you know, just after being turned down and then thinking that she's trying to goad him and everything. Unless her plan is to try and get him expelled, but I don't think that's ever been suggested, right? Oh, maybe it is. She gives Harry the quill, a special quill, and tells him to write down, "I must not tell lies." Harry says how many times, and so Harry says how many times with a credible imitation of politeness. I loved that term. That's awesome. And Umbridge says, as long as it takes for the message to sink in, which is obviously a pun. I didn't pick up on it, but it's a pun, guys. Umbridge has puns. She comes up with another one in a bit. In fact, she's a bit of she could have been starting comedian. Imagine that. So the words instantly are instantly painful as soon as written. I think that once he writes down the sentence, then it does immediately appear. But then it moves over very quickly straight after, which I'm pretty certain we don't actually see. We obviously see his hand later on, and there's no words there at all. But yeah, I don't think it heals quite as fast as it's meant to in the book and the movie. The movie seems very... It is actually one of the scariest scenes in Harry Potter, guys. And you can put that down to the actor for Umbridge. She is absolutely brilliant, and Radcliffe's great in it as well. But and the way that it's shot and everything, like where she's just like waiting for Harry to. This is the thing. In the book, you get the impression that Umbridge is like, yep, now it's going to appear in his hand. That's going to freak him out. That'd be great. Whereas in the movie, she's really waiting for that moment so she can then say her line about you. Deep down, you know you should be punished, which I'm pretty certain is a movie exclusive line. Good line. So yeah, it feels... It honestly feels more sinister in the movie. That's my take on it. I should be deleting the lines as we go. Umbridge's got puns, which she does. Sinking into his hand is what I'm saying. That's a big chunk. Okay. The word's instantly painful as soon as written, and then smooth over quickly, leaving red mark. It's what Hermione sees, because it's Hermione that grabs his hand in the movie, not Ron. It looks very, very damaged. It doesn't look raw. It doesn't look fresh though, you know. which obviously it isn't. But yeah, it looks. I get the impression that that was toned down. But then again, guys, the scene itself is freaking scary for kids. It really is. And not just because of the violence, but because of the way it's shot and the acting and everything. It's very disturbing. Harry then realizes that the red ink that is coming out on the page is actually his blood, which I didn't know about, guys. I didn't realize that was the case. That is actually really messed up. It really is. And the description later on in this chapter, again, this is a long old chapter. The description of it later on is quite gruesome. So obviously this is an equivalent of caning. I don't know what the rules of violence in schools in Wizarding World, at schools, on students I should say, in the Wizarding World generally are. I get the impression that it is literally down to the discussion of Dumbledore. And so the next teacher, the next headmaster could very possibly bring back all the violence again, because obviously, you know, at least in the movie, we know that that Umbridge does more stuff, doesn't she? I'm pretty certain. I got on here that this would be a perfect time for Harry to tell Dumbledore, but it didn't. I don't think it explained it in the movie, but we get obviously his internal dialogue with Harry about why he doesn't want to do that, and how he feels about Dumbledore right now, about the fact that he's only interested in his scar and all this sort of stuff. You know, it's very, very fascinating. The mystery of Dumbledore in this book has been absolutely fascinating, guys. And again, it's possible that I've forgotten a lot of it, but I don't know where it's going. I do not know where it's going. When Dark Umbridge calls over. When Dark Umbridge calls over to him and says that it hasn't made a big enough impression yet. Again, puns, amazing, comedy genius Umbridge over here. And that it will continue tomorrow. Harry leaves, walks down the corridor until he's absolutely certain that Umbridge would not be able to hear him, and then starts running. Weird. That is a. Without dialogue, guys, that is such a good line. I love that so much. It tells us so much about the entire situation. That was powerful. And that's the end of that scene. I thought that was such a great ending of that scene, guys. Just that little line, you know. What it suggests, you know, I think it's so good. Good character moment, definitely not in the movie, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is only one. I don't know if Umbridge gives Harry more than one detention, but obviously there is only one scene of Harry doing it in the movie. I think so. I mean, we shall see, guys. Me rewatching the movie scenes was literally just that one scene this time. And so we shall see if it does come back. I'm pretty certain it doesn't, though, in the movie. I got down here, guys, because I'm a child. You know that I've said many times that Bottom is my favourite sitcom of all time. Now, I always had to say, guys, if you're going to check out Bottom, don't watch the first episode, because the thing is, the main two characters, which we're not meant to agree with at all, guys, they're absolute scumbags, are often quite pervy. The first episode really goes into that. It really does. And so I wouldn't recommend it. It actually wasn't meant to be the first episode. The first episode was actually meant to be Contest, which I think is actually episode 3. So if you want to check out Bottom, I'd recommend possibly Contest, because that was actually what was meant to be the first episode. I would check out some trigger warnings for it, though. And it has comedy violence in it as well. But I absolutely love it. It's my favourite sitcom of all time, guys. And I think it always will be. Yeah, I've said it many times before. Peeves, the person who filmed for Peeves, apparently, is one of the people in it. Rick Mail, absolute idol of mine when I was a kid. And in Bottom, on Richie, which is Rick Mail's character, he's ridiculous, such a ridiculous character. He's like furious at Eddie for. I can't remember what. I think it's because Eddie was making fun of the fact that Richie keeps on resending himself birthday cards to make him seem really popular, and Eddie feels bad about it, and 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 Eli says, "I'm sorry," and Richie says, "Oh yeah, well, write it down. Write down sorry. Write down sorry. I'm a git. Write down sorry. I'm a git 20 times." I can't do his performance, guys. His performance is so over the top. I love it. And so yeah, he gets Eddie to write down sorry, I'm a git 20 times. But then Eddie actually writes down sorry, I'm a git 20 times, as in 2OTIMESES. And yeah, it's stupid. I love it, guys. I love it. Rick Mayall's performance, and Adrian Edmondson is fantastic in it as well. But their performances in it are so good. It's so good. The third series isn't as good, guys, and I believe that is post Rick Mayall's quad bike accident, which messed him up mentally, unfortunately. As are the first stage play wasn't. I actually saw it live. I saw 3 of these stage performances live, which was amazing, seeing Rick Mayall and Adrian Edmondson live. But yeah, either way, I thought I'd just mention that sorry I'm a git 20 times thing, because I think it's funny. I know I'm probably alone. Oh, that's right. I've remembered what it was that I wanted to say at the start, guys. So we're getting a new Harry Potter series on the channel soon, guys. Particularly if you're over on the Patreon. Oh, no. Okay, it will be on YouTube when it's new, guys. And so when it's recorded, it will be posted out on YouTube for free and everything. But what I mean is, if you're watching this on the Patreon, it's going to be very soon. If you know, as in, if you're watching this for free on YouTube, this current video, it's already out. But we're going to be covering the Harry Potter book covers, guys. I'm going to be reacting to them, giving my thoughts and opinions on them and everything. We're going to be doing it book by book, guys. We've got a lot for Philosopher's Stone already. Although if it ends up that we've missed some, we can obviously revisit them in the future. Thank you so much, Pumpkin Sparks, for arranging all this. It's really been really appreciated. And yeah, look out for the channel, guys. And so if I would ask that you try and support that series as well, if you know what I mean. As in checking out and leaving comments and everything would be greatly appreciated. Because yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking them out. We discussed doing it ages ago, guys, and so it will be very interesting to actually finally get around to it. Yes, we'll be doing it book by book. And yeah, look out for that on the channel. Presumably, I'm pretty sure this in the coming days, guys. I'm pretty sure that is what I'm going to be focusing on. But either way, thank you so much for taking part in the cover collecting process, if you did. So Harry makes up his dreams for divination homework. He hasn't told Ron about what happened yet. Ron had not done the homework as well, which is obviously very odd because obviously he had time, whereas Harry didn't. Ron says that he was doing other stuff when asked about it. I think it's Ron made up his dreams about buying new shoes, and he says that there's nothing weird. That can be taken out from that. But obviously Ron buying shoes must be quite difficult, because obviously he must go to a very, very, very specialist shop. Unless he goes to the same place Hagrid does. Well, that makes sense. And when Ron asks Harry about the detention, Harry just says that he was made to do lines, which isn't a lie, but it's so interesting, guys. It's so interesting that, because it doesn't even. No one asks him in the movie how the detention went. Hermione just sees his hand and everything. But yeah, it's so interesting that he's not telling. You'd think that he would, but then again, he has such pride, doesn't he? But he also, but I think he may also be worried that Ron could get in trouble as well if he, like, went and blurbed about it. But also he doesn't want to give Umbridge the satisfaction, which is something that he does say in the movie and the book. There is still more homework. My goodness, this is outrageous. So much homework going on. I got down here. Surely the teachers would be discussing each other so as not to overburden students, but that doesn't seem to be happening at Hogwarts at all. But also the owls are coming up, so it does make sense. Angelina told Harry that she was not impressed with his attitude. Amazing. When he told her that he wasn't able to get Friday off. The power has definitely changed her, but not in a cruel way, but in a sort of like scared way, which I guess it was Oliver's thing all along, is that he was always very, very worried, rather than being nasty, you know. Hermione says how it was only lines that they had to do, and yes, so later on they're discussing, and Hermione like says it's good that it was only lines and everything, and Harry does go to say something, but then changes at the last moment. It's so interesting, guys. And even Harry doesn't know why he's not doing it, but I think it is a combination of a lot of reasons, isn't it? It's such a good character point. He actually does say here that he doesn't want to see Hermione and Ron's reaction to it. It almost, you know, it does, not that it validates it, but it would make having the punishment much worse to know that they are worried about him, you know, which is awesome. I really like that. And he also doesn't want Umbridge to know that he complained. Hermione asks Ron why he hasn't done his homework, and Ron says that he went for a walk. Which at this point, guys, I had absolutely no idea where it was going, but I'll get to it. But I'm if this is in this movie, I must have just completely missed it, guys, because I swear it's in the next movie when all this happens. And I feel like Ginny's already a member of it, isn't she? Well, I may as well say, you know it because I already mentioned it, but Ron trying to get into the Quidditch team. And so Harry is now no-selling the detention whenever he's there. He's just like making sure that he doesn't like make a peep whilst doing it, and then just like he basically comes in and says, "Good evening, Mrs. Umbridge, Professor Umbridge," even though it's not the evening, and then goodbye, Mrs. Umbridge when he leaves. Harry, after the next detention, is up until 2 a.m. doing potions homework. Ron is up late again. Harry thinks to himself how he never before considered the possibility there could be a teacher he hated more than Snape, which is such a... But yeah, that's quite... I mean, it puts Umbridge over really well, that line. And on the way back from the third detention, I think it's the third detention, Harry sees Ron. He's clutching his broomstick next to Lachlan Lanky, I think it was. Indoors, presumably. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty certain he's indoors. Ron jumps and hides his clean sweep when he sees Harry. I'm not sure how you were going to be able to hide a broom like that, though. Right, he appears to be hiding from Fred and George, who are nearby with some first years. I thought at first that he was spying on them, because again, I did not think that the Quidditch team would be in this book. And when Harry does ask what's going on, Ron makes him promise not to laugh, and he says, I'm trying out for keeper. And yeah, I mean, that completely baffled me, because I thought, hang on, which movie is this in? Because I swear it's not in this movie. But that's so good that I really like that this is how it's revealed. I really do, and the fact that, you know, he says don't laugh and everything, and Harry obviously had no intention of laughing at all and everything, because he sees Ron as being a pretty good flyer and everything. So the whole Fred and George thing, I guess, was just like a coincidence. Harry loves the idea. Ron is like massively relieved from that, because obviously it means a lot to him. You know, Harry, you know, believing in him. He's been practicing it in the evening. He completely fully expects Fred and George to laugh at him when they find out. Which, to be fair, going on Fred and George in this chapter, I think they probably would, to be honest. But you know, luckily he does get it later on in this chapter, though. Ron straight away notices his hand, and like Harry goes to hide it, but Ron grabs it from him. And Ron calls him up for saying that for Harry saying that he was just doing lines and everything, and so Harry just fills him in with the complete truth, and Ron is right notably horrified by it. He straight away says to go and tell McGonagall. Harry says that he doesn't want to give Umbridge the satisfaction, which then Ron suggests telling Dumbledore. Because you would think it's a sackable offence, but then again, maybe it isn't, guys. I guess that's the glory of these books, is that a lot of stuff isn't written in stone, and so we don't know if Dumbledore would even have a reaction to it. That's very interesting. Harry says that Dumbledore has enough on his mind already, but he's still secretly annoyed about the fact that Dumbledore hasn't spoken to him, even though they've been in the same room. And him being kept out, and also the fact that his radio silence over summer, I'm sure, is still part of it as well. So on the Friday, detention, Harry notices that Umbridge's window has a view of the Quidditch field, just quite incredible, quite coincidence, I should say. Harry does think to himself that it's the worst first week of Hogwarts that he's ever had, which it has to be. I'm sure there have been some pretty bad ones, but not as bad as this. First week. Harry shifts the chair as he gets into it to try and see the Quidditch pitch, and he actually does. He actually manages it. He can't tell who the ones who are applying for the job are, because they're all in just black, but he can recognise the individual players, though. It might be their flying style that he's able to recognise, though, possibly. He says that he can't tell which one Ron is, but surely by looking at their feet, it should be pretty obvious. The description of the blood on the Friday, guys, is absolutely brutal. It's been bad all along, but on the Friday detention, you really get how horrible this situation is, because it just keeps on saying I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies, with this horrible description of the blood and the pain and the bubbles of blood that are appearing and everything. Brutal, it really is, guys. It must have been terrifying for kids to read this stuff, because there hasn't been anything this body horror-esque in the books at all, has there? When Harry broke his arm, but still, even then, not the description of it. But yeah, it's definitely very, very in-depth described on the Friday. Yeah, it just keeps on repeating it. I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies, between him looking out, it describing the blood and the pain, and then going back to I must tell lies, I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies over and over again. It's very dark, very, very dark. I've got on here, it'd be funny if Harry, paying too much attention to Quidditch, started just writing something else down, and then that started appearing on his hand, but no, that wasn't going to happen, was it? And when Umbridge takes his hand to check on the scar, which I'm pretty sure she didn't take his hand the first time, there's a burning in Harry's scar, which I was not expecting at all. It actually hurts so much that he actually leaps away, and looks confused at her. And Umbridge says, "Yes, it hurts, doesn't it?" Now, I presume that she means the hand, but I don't know, guys. I don't know, and so. Yeah, I'm fascinated by this, because I genuinely don't remember any connection like that between Voldemort, Umbridge, and Harry being in the movie. I really don't. So I don't know. I presume that it is a coincidence. Incredibly, that's where I'm at right now. And so yeah, we don't know if she means his head or his hand. I would have thought that it was only Voldemort that would know about that. Harry runs back to the common room. Ron is beaming with butterbeer, because he is now the new Quidditch keeper, which is fantastic news. I'm so happy for him. I've got down here, when is this in the movies? I swear it's in the Half-Blood Prince, guys, but we shall see, we shall see. If it's crammed into this movie, guys, I'd be shocked. I really do think it's the next one. So, We're going through it. Here we go. Yeah. We're nearly done, guys. We're nearly done. I need to remember to be deleting the notes. Hermione is asleep with a drink in hand, which is obviously very dangerous. So she must have known about Ron getting the I want to say the part, but that's not right, is it? The role, I guess. Ron feels put out about the fact that Hermione's asleep about it, but we find out it's for fairly good reason. I got down here, guys. I don't know if anyone else thought this. Let me know what you think. I immediately thought that Fred and George had spiked her as some sort of revenge. I genuinely had. That's bad, isn't it? Now, I'm pretty sure that hasn't happened, especially going on her explanation. But did you at any point think that Fred and George had spiked her? I actually did. It's dark, guys. Katie says that Ron can use Oliver's robes by just changing the name on it and everything. Angelina does apologise to Harry, which is appreciated. Says that being captain is tough. She starts to think she was too hard on Wood in the past, because obviously Wood was like the ultimate. I don't know. I think she's already as bad as Wood, to be honest. I mean, that was ridiculous about Harry choosing to not be there and everything, which is incredible. But yeah, she's already like Rock. She's already like Oliver. She does say that Ron actually isn't that great out of shot of his ear, but he has potential to be. So that's an interesting detail. And there were bigger issues with the other ones. Harry, well, he doesn't wake Hermione up, but he puts his bag down, and Hermione is awoken. Which is then I thought, okay, so clearly it probably isn't. It isn't that she was spiked. Hermione was up until 1 a.m. making hats. I got in here, not spiked, good, because I genuinely did, guys. I thought that as a bit of revenge, they'd actually put a fainting fancy ingredient into a drink, maybe. You know what, guys? I think we must be coming up to 2 hours. So my notes have been as long as a two-parter here. So depending on how long the book club is, which I presume would be around as usual, this is going to be a pretty long video as usual. Oh, what a mess I am! What a mess! I wonder if it is this shirt that's making me sneeze. There are little hairs on it, to be honest, but I'm not allergic to any animals, as far as I know. So, God knows. Anyway, we are nearly through it. I got down here. I'm loving the spew stuff. It's such a brilliant. I say edition. It's not an edition. That's the thing, because it was in the original. But I would have loved it to be at least slightly represented in the movie. Because quite frankly, guys, we said it before, and I'll say it again today, that Hermione is less interesting in the movies. And so this little thing would have been such a great character point for her. It really would. But unfortunately, they changed the character quite a lot. Harry tells Hermione what happened regarding the scar, which I appreciate that he did do that, because that's obviously a little bit more urgent than the hand thing. At this point, I didn't know if she knew about the Quirrell, about the lines, but it turned out that she does. And Hermione compares Umbridge to Quirrell, I should say. Regarding the scar and everything, and maybe that obviously Voldemort wouldn't need to be possessing his body, so maybe Umbridge could be under the Imperius curse, which is something which I've never considered, but I like it. I really like it. I don't think it's the case. I think that Umbridge just is that messed up. But we shall see, though. But she says but Hermione says but last year it would hurt without anyone touching you, so maybe it is just a coincidence, which is interesting. Hermione suggesting that it could be a coincidence. That almost feels out of character, because she often sets her eye on a target, like with what was it, Draco. She was absolutely sure that Draco was doing something when it turned out that it wasn't him. I can't remember what it was. It was in one of the previous books, though. And Harry says that it's more painful than before, but maybe it is just a coincidence. she tells Harry to tell Dumbledore she doesn't know. Yeah. So this is where we find out that she has actually been informed about the lines that Harry's had to do and what that means exactly. And she says that Dumbledore would want to know, which is true, but that's kind of the point, though. That's kind of the problem for Harry, because he does feel that Dumbledore is more interested in his scar than the rest of him, which I think is literally the last line of this. Oh, no, it's not the last line of this chapter, but it's one of the last lines. But obviously it is something important for Dumbledore to know, and Harry says that is the only part that Dumbledore cares about, isn't it? My scar. Which again is the sassiness. He doesn't say these sort of sassy things to Ron. He tends to always save them up for Hermione, and I do feel like it is because he feels like he knows that he can do that. So it's so interesting. Harry's treatment of Hermione, particularly in this book, but always, to be honest, has absolutely fascinated me. The sass that he has, and the fact that he'll complain about someone else like Dumbledore, but to Hermione, Harry really does moan a lot to Hermione here. Hermione wants to Harry wants to write to Black about it, which is more his more the sort of thing that he'd want to do, and Hermione says that Moody said not to send important things like that during the mail because it getting what's the term? Intercepted. There we go. I got to hear that Hermione is a saint. She really is. She's brilliant, guys. And the thing is, she's just woken up as well. But she's able to give Harry such good advice and everything, whilst Harry is being sassy and everything. She's great. She's such a brilliant character. Harry says he's going to bed. Harry says that he's going to bed, and Hermione says, "Oh, that's good, because then I can, because I didn't want to be rude," which is brilliant. I absolutely love that, because it's clear that she needed sleep, but she didn't want to seem rude to Ron, to not celebrate with him. But as soon as Harry's gone, that gives her the green light to go as well, which is brilliant. And she says that over the weekend, if Harry's interested, he can help her make more hats for the house elves, and it's Sorry guys, I'm getting despite the fact we're only doing one chapter, I'm getting a little bit lightheaded, but no way, because I'm about to have a break anyway before we go over to the movie club, the book club, sorry. And yes, and Hermione says, "Hey, you can help me out with making more making more hats." And it says, Harry looked into her face which was shining with glee, and tried to look like he was vaguely tempted by the offer. Brilliant. And then he says, "Oh no, I've got homework," which is true as well. And I can't remember what the last line is, but it's basically Hermione trying to not look like massively disappointed about the fact that he turned her down for it. The spew stuff adds so much character to her, guys. It really does. I'm absolutely adoring it. Either way, I think we're just under 2 hours, guys, which is often how long my notes take. So now it's time for your time, your takes. I need a break. I need to get some air. I need to get a drink. I need to get woozle out. But yes, guys, next we will be covering your thoughts over in the book club. Okay, guys, so now it's time for the book club. I got to say, I'll say this, guys. I was waning at the end of that. I think it genuinely feels like I'm not breathing enough. It's really bizarre, and it's not like I don't have pauses or anything. I'm like constantly talking and everything, but yeah, I did feel odd then, but I feel completely fine now with a good break. Hope you're feeling well as well. And I finally remembered the other thing that I wanted to say before we get started, guys. And so, yes, this is either going to be really odd or really boring. It's going to be one of the two. But I had a Harry Potter dream recently, guys. And it wasn't just a Harry Potter dream. It was a Harry Potter book review dream. So, I will try to explain this the best I can. So, I was obviously listening to the audio book in my dream, and as you do in RL, guys, I was visualizing imagining what it actually looked like with the scene and you know, the background and all this sort of stuff with the characters in it. And it was in the Gryffindor common room, and Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Percy, bizarrely, are all there. I say bizarrely, Percy's always in my dreams. And so yeah, so I was visualizing the scene. Now this is going to be quite hard to explain, guys, because they're talking about something, the Golden Trio in particular. And then after, I think Ron said something, Hermione then said, well, that's obviously a reference to the Middle East. Now, what I mean by that is Hermione was saying that the dialogue that they are having is a comparison or reference to the Middle East. Now, upon hearing this, Percy, I got to explain, guys, that Hermione is basically describing what they're talking about as if it is fiction, right? So Percy then says, well, hang on, Veggie doesn't know that, he hasn't worked out himself, and so if you say that, he's gonna get, like, it's gonna be a spoiler, like in the same way that you guys leave spoilers, spoiler shields in the book club. And so he's quite annoyed about this, like saying, you know, Veggie shouldn't be told that yet. And then he basically said, so I'm going to make sure that he doesn't make note of that. And he literally then looked at me. This is me listening to the audiobook, visualizing this scene with Percy staring at me to make sure that I hadn't written down any notes about the Middle East. I actually had, but I pretended that I hadn't. Then later in that same dream, a Muggle kid finds out that Harry is a wizard, and he's going to try and blackmail him. But then I copied down what the spell's called, because I'm terrible at remembering spells on this, guys. But Harry then decides that he's going to obliterate him. It's the first time he's ever used it, I believe. Yeah. And they're in like a Muggle supermarket. And just before Harry does this to the kid, he calls him, I'm not going to say the word, guys, but it's a light but offensive homophobic slur from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And people used to use it. It starts with P. I'm sure you can guess what it is. But yes. So that was my dream. So was that weird, boring, or none of the above? I think it may have been all three. But yeah, I can't explain. It's very hard to explain that Hermione was saying it out of character almost, because she was describing what the reference in the book was. Anyway, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? And of course, Percy had to be in my dream as well. So guys, here is the book club. This is what's over on the Patreon. You can be a part of it by backing it for as little as $1. And get access to everything on there. There is an extra blurb at the start of this talking about the fact that this is going to be a single chapter one that won't normally be there. This has been it's been a bit of a relief doing such a single chapter one after the previous one, and the next one's going to be even longer, in fact. But the previous one was long, and it did take a lot out of me. That being said, I clearly made a heck more notes because, not on purpose, guys, but I clearly, you know, naturally, just did it because I subconsciously thought, well, there's going to be more time, because we spent 2 hours talking about that one chapter. A lot happened in that chapter, guys. It could have easily been 2 chapters. It should have been, in fact, I think. Then again, I don't really know why chapters are chapters. I don't even understand the point of them, to be honest. Is it to keep your place? I don't know. Anyway, who cares? So we're going to be starting off with Joe. I think that we started off with Joe last time as well, I think. And so let's find out what they said. Hi, Veggie. You always make me notice things I wouldn't think of, like Neville's dream in the previous chapter. You make this world new again. Oh, that's very kind of you. With your point of view. That was the scissors wearing his grandmother's hat or something, right? Maybe. I think so. I think so. I'll increase my patron pay as soon as I can. That's very kind of you, Joe. You don't have to. It is hugely appreciated, obviously, but you don't have to. And I think you, and I thank you for making it so accessible. Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. I don't. Yeah. I would rather have more people be part of it, and I'd rather have more people be a part of it than have. I'm not going to say you richer, but people who can spend more money, but less of them, you know. I'd rather have more people, because I've said it countless times on the channel, guys. The favourite thing I love about doing this is the comments. It absolutely is, and so I absolutely want more than I want everyone to be able to be a part of it if they can. Some people can't get Patreon at all. Chapter 13. I love that Professor McGonagall said to Neville, she is one of the most decent teachers. Yeah, no, what's that McGonagall? Or was it Flitwick? I think it was McGonagall. I know what you mean. I didn't bring it up in my notes, but it's the fact that said that Neville can do things. It's just his confidence is sparring it, which is so. You'd imagine that really is significant. I mean, it's significant than anything, guys. You know, people who play sports obviously all have to be confident. Because if they're not confident, it will literally change their game. And so it makes sense that across the board in the Wizarding world, even more than Muggle world, I guess, because I think you can be good at maths even though you're not very confident at maths. I don't even know what that means. But in the Wizarding world, you had to be stating to the powers that be, I guess you'd say, the magic, exactly what you want and what you're trying to do, and that's where Neville's going wrong. So yeah, I really like that. I thought it may have been Flitwick they said, but now I think about it, I think you're right, it was McGonagall. And it's the sort of thing that McGonagall would say as well. Yeah, okay. What do you think of Angelina as captain? She's basically turned into Wood. Woods, I should say. Is it Wood or Woods? I always get it wrong. Oliver Woods. It's Oliver Wood, isn't it? She's turned into Wood, in my opinion. Not like boat truckles. I think she understands Word. Oh, there we go. Word better now that the pressure is on her. Oh, absolutely. And she even says it, doesn't she? She says that she was too harsh on him previously. Umbridge is a sadist in a cupcake outfit. That's what this chapter should have been called. Sadist in a cupcake outfit. The actress got her spot on. Oh, she's absolutely brilliant. One of the best performances in Harry Potter, I would say, guys. Not the best. Gilderoy is so good. I mean, what Snape is, Alan Rickman is brilliant. Obviously, it's not what we know Snape to be, but that, it being a separate character, he is obviously, everyone's fantastic in it, guys. Seriously, the kids and everyone. I was going to say who is the worst actor in it. That's such a negative way of going about it, isn't it? Spot on when she said Umbridge would hold on to and make the most of what really little power she has. Oh, I really like that. That's something that she said. That's very interesting. I don't think I can imagine Umbridge as an actress. Imelda looks so pretty in Deathly Hollow scene. Really, I'll look forward to revisiting that. Way too pretty. Yeah, now, I mean, this goes back to our ever-continuing discussion about looks, isn't it? Or at least Harry's perception of what people look like. Yeah. I could accept Ruth Wilson as her or Jessica Gunning, but both because of how creepy they can act while remaining sweet in tone. Look-wise, nobody comes to mind. Jim Kay's Umbridge is scary as hell and doesn't really look human. Oh, Jim, I think I see what you've done there. I don't know who these people are, I'm afraid. I'm not very good with actors. I know I famously said that in my Harry Potter reaction and then was able to name every single person in it. I'll look up the first one. Was it Ruth Wilson? He said that they can act scary. Oh, she looks very familiar. I don't think I've seen anything with her in. She was in that show with Knuckles, wasn't she? Luther, was it called? Luther? But you said that that's someone who... I'm going to look at the third name that you said. No one comes to mind. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you only said two. Jessica Gunning. Good name. Good name. I'm pretty sure I do not know this person. Oh, but Imelda Staunton is in her similar searches list. Yeah, I don't know who this is. Okay, cool. Well, we got a while. We got a while until Umbridge is going to be cast, but it'll be interesting to see though. Who would I cast as Umbridge? That's a great question. No. Thing is, my brain automatically goes to comedians, which is bad. But then again, she has done acting. No. I was going to say Jo Brand. She wouldn't. She's way too deadpan an actor. As in, not really an actor. She's very good. She's a very good comedian, though. I don't know. It's difficult. Maybe someone from the previous ones. Have we had any confirmation of anyone from the previous movies coming back in a different role yet? We haven't, have we? Imagine if it was freaking, I always get the name wrong, Emma Thompson. No, it's Emma Watson, isn't it? Yeah. That would be amazing if the original Golden Trio were given like minor parts in it, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who I'd cast as Umbridge. If you can think of someone, let me know in the comments, guys. You can skip this one. What? You can skip this one because of what shows mentioned in your review. I wonder your opinion because I'm thinking of watching this. It's a 90s sitcom, absolutely fabulous, co-written by the fat lady. Wait, what? Co-written by our fat lady. Wait, what? Dawn French. Who wrote Absolutely Fabulous, the sitcom? It says it's written by Jennifer Saunders. It's based on French and Saunders. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. You mean Dawn French, not the other fat lady, surely? Absolutely fabulous, guys. This is an absolute weird. It's really weird, guys, because it's Jennifer Saunders. And I was going to say wife of Aid Emerson. She's done a lot more than just be his wife. Seriously, she's absolutely brilliant. In Shrek 2, which completely blew my mind. But she was part of the comic strip. She had a very long sketch show with Dawn French, her comedy partner, who plays the second fat lady in Prisoner of Azkaban. She's absolute freaking legend. Across from, oh, come on, Veggie. I always forget her name. Cast of Absolutely Fabulous. Joanna Lumley. I don't even need it. Joanna Lumley, who is also a frickin' legend, an incredibly successful 60s model, taken very, very seriously. But then she started showing up in different sitcoms and everything. Like, she was in an episode, I think she's in a couple of episodes of Are You Being Served, in fact. But then she's always been known as this very, very glamorous, what's the term? Glamorous, sort of like almost regal person. She's also done a lot for Gurkhas and charity work and things. And she was also in the New Avengers, I think, in the 60s and the 70s it would be. But then in Absolutely Fabulous, she is like an absolute disgrace. And so it's so amazing. I mean, seeing Jennifer Saunders, she's a great actor anyway. So seeing Jennifer Saunders as this like drunken, I don't know what their job were they fashion people, I think? But like, Joanna Lumley, like, you know, always with like a cigarette hanging out of her mouth and everything, a glass of wine and everything. This is the weirdest thing, Joe. You'd think I'd watched all of it. I have barely seen any of it, which is really odd. I don't know why. It's a really odd blind spot for me. I don't know why, because I love everyone involved. Has the girl from Press Gang in it? That's a reference for nearly no one. That's a reference for nearly no one. Although she's also in an episode of Bottom as well. With Adrian Emerson. What I've seen of it, I think it's brilliant. I just haven't watched any of it. Red Leader's in it. From Star Wars. See, I know all the facts about it. I just never bloody watched it. My mum absolutely loved it. I think my mum and my dad actually. Yeah, no, they did. They both absolutely loved it. She used to refer to her and her best friend as the characters from it, which I can't remember what they called. I haven't watched it. I'd say yes, definitely watch it. I should also watch it as well, which I just haven't. I've got no explanation for why not. Maybe it was like a weird... When it was on, I didn't watch it because of some like insane, stupid reason of like not thinking that that's what comedy is or something. I don't know, guys. I think we all have like quite a pretentious stage when it comes to life, quite frankly. But now I think about it, I cannot imagine why I barely watched any Absolutely Fabulous. I should really get on that. So, I would say this, definitely watch it, Joe. And is it co-written by... I'm getting sidetracked here. I just want to know if Dawn French was actually involved in it, because it's based on a sketch from French and Saunders. Because this is written by Jennifer Saunders. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure Dawn French was actually involved in it that much, but I mean, French and Saunders, that has some incredibly good sketches in it, guys. They are absolutely... I definitely watched all of French and Saunders. But I don't know why I haven't watched any Absolutely Fabulous, but I would absolutely say yes, definitely check out. Joe, sorry for taking so long to answer your question there, but yeah, go for it. We're 18 minutes into the book club already. All I did tell you about my dream, so that's okay. Andrew, I want you to be liking them as I go, because then I can see where I am. Hey Veggie, hope you're well. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 0 chapters, it doesn't matter to me. I'm with you all the way with what works. What works best. Well, I guess most days are 0 chapters, isn't it? I was going to say that I haven't done 0 chapters, but I do 0 chapters 30 days of the month, don't I? Hermione threatens... actually, that's not true. These book reviews take longer than a day, guys. They really do. I try to space it out to being, like... I think it averages on 4 days. And so it really is. When you look at the calendar, it is a big chunk of my work. And so... and that's not a complaint, guys. I'm just telling you how it is. And so, yeah. And weirdly... And like I say, this video is going to be chunky, even though it's just 1 chapter. But again, like I say, I think I subconsciously caused that. And all the blooming tangents. Jeez, I was waffling on for ages about something earlier, wasn't I? Anyway, pubs and stuff. Hermione threatening to tell Mrs. Weasley about Fred and George reminds me of the whole firebolt incident. That's so true. Although that might actually be my favourite Hermione moment. It's the fact that she is going through a living hell in that book. It's just not represented in the movie. And that's when she's at her absolute lowest, and she's still willing to destroy her friendship to help Harry. She's the best, guys. She is arguably the frickin' best. But you're right, there is a comparison here, though. Once again, she is right and looking out for the well-being of students and Fred and George, to be fair. To my voice there. Even if they think she's a killjoy. Nice term there. McGonagall has been... here we go. McGonagall has been harsh on Neville in the past, so it's so nice for her to finally say that that his problem it was confidence rather than ability. Thank you for confirming. That's clear that I was wrong. do you think Malfoy, really does know about Hagrid? I don't, but he definitely clearly knows more than I thought he would do. If that's even an answer. If so, isn't it weird that Lucius is divulging sensitive Death Eater / Order info to his teen son? Yeah, who was then passing it on to the ultimate enemy, Harry. Having said that, our side's kids also know all the info too. Our side's kids. Yeah, no, yeah, I think he's bluffing, but at the same time, he clearly does know more than I would have thought that he would have done. P.S. SummerSlam was certainly interesting, wasn't it? I'm trying to think back to it. That was Cena, Cody. Well, that match was great. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I'm not a Cena hater in the slightest, guys. But I've never seen the appeal. That was the era, or his era was really when I just fell out of wrestling and just stopped watching it. And so I think that all of his matches since he's come back have been extremely mediocre. But then again, that's his style of wrestling, and and some people absolutely love it. It's just not for me. I like Hogan matches. A lot of people don't like Hogan matches. I don't like Hogan. Rest in peace, of course. As a human being, but and not just the racist stuff, guys. He's had a career of being an absolute a-hole. But his matches, they give me electricity when I watch him. I don't get that from Cena matches, but the Cody Cena match was great, and it was mostly Cena, and so that was probably the best match I've ever seen from him. No, I'll scratch that. It was definitely the best match I've seen with him. I can't remember much else. I don't think. I can't. Naomi won the title, didn't she? Oh no, she retained the title, I should say. Yeah, I can't quite remember the rest. I'm not a big fan of Seth Rollins, guys. I don't think he's very good. I think he's great as a upper mid carder. He can't be the top guy. Anyway. And that's not me just hating on him for no reason, guys. I think he's a fantastic athlete. There's no question about that. I think he can speak on the mic, but he's just not the top guy, in my opinion, I hope he proves me wrong. He just hasn't yet, Shouldn't say prove me wrong when I'm talking about wrestling. And we've got Clash in Paris tonight, which, to be honest, if it wasn't in Europe time, I probably wouldn't be watching, because I have very, very little interest in it. Even with Roman Reigns, my favourite freaking wrestler, the wrestler who got me through some of the darkest times. And no, that may sound ridiculous, guys. Wrestling freaking got good right at the right moment when I needed something, It really did. And now it's really watered down. WWE, I should say. Literally, in 2003, it would have been. Or 2000... No, it would have been 2003. His entrance in Cardiff was the best thing that happened to me all year. It was incredible, guys. And I got video. I don't think I ever posted it, but I think it's unlisted on my channel. Because my seats were great. We're like above the entrance. And so we see him come out and walk down. It's so cool. Oh, his new music's okay. It just takes so long to get going. But Head of the Table is the best version of his music, and it was so cool. Heel as well. I was the only person cheering him in our little area. Anyway, have you watched AEW? I think you'd love the wrestler Timeless Tony Storm. You know what, Andrew? I tried to watch it at first, and there were just too many references to WWE. It was really. Like, every other line was like a snide comment about, standing looking to a TV over there and all this, all these references to WWE television. And I found it a bit depressing. Even Cody coming out with a sledgehammer hitting the throne there, I thought, oh, God. I don't like some of the things which the fact that Tony Khan released the CM Punk footage is insane, and anyone who thinks it was a good idea for him, I think, is lying to themselves. And so all these little things have made it not that appealing to watch, I didn't even know that there was a pay-per-view a couple of weeks ago in the UK, so I missed watching that live, unfortunately. But Timeless Tony Storm, apparently, from what I hear, it's absolutely brilliant. I've seen her a few of her interviews. I've seen her wrestle as Tony Storm in WWE. I think she was on the main roster very, very briefly. But she's found a fantastic gimmick, hasn't she? And so, from what I hear, she's brilliant. But I haven't really watched much of it. I need to give it another go, don't I? I need to give it another go. Hangman's champion at the moment, isn't he? I believe. Anyway, sorry about that, Andrew. Sorry about everyone. Sorry, everyone else. I should say that tangent went on for way too long. Andrew, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Jake, Shamai, Vujlegi. Amazing. Not to steal Simon's sitcom quote shtick, but she is a tart. I don't know. I don't know what that's from, Jake. Because I know you love your Welsh. I don't know what I mean by that, Jake. I'm sorry. Is it from Gavin and Stacey, maybe? That's what I'm going to guess. But I don't know. I have actually no idea. I'm beginning to think the author doesn't like cats. Figs are described in the book. Described in book 1 as boring. Everyone seems to wish violence against Mrs. Norris, not me. And now they're being used to demonstrate a sickly sweet facade of the devil incarnate. Wow, what a sentence. I love that sentence. It's amazing. Yeah, true. We never had a well, we got Crookshanks is quite positive, although he's a bit of a menace as well, isn't he? I wonder what would happen if Harry just didn't show up on Friday. He could enjoy Quidditch and suffer the consequences later. You gotta remember the magic aspect of it. I think there would be it would end up badly for him, obviously, but also there would be immediate ways of fixing it as well. He could enjoy the Quidditch and suffer the consequences later, or would Umbridge literally storm into the Quidditch pitch and force him away? I think there would be another way of doing it. I really do. I feel like that there would be a way of summoning him, like potentially. But I think there would be magic involved rather than her walking there. She doesn't seem to do things herself. Type to me. Oh, that's very interesting. Well, obviously in the movie she gets a filter on side, doesn't she? So we'll see if that happens in the book. The fact Harry doesn't report literally torture to McGonagall is insane to me. He needs to get over his pride and ego. Can none of the teachers see his wounded hand? That's actually a fair point about the hand. That's actually a very fair point. Although I guess you could say, is it the same hand that the Bowtruckle hits him before, doesn't it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree with you, Jake. When I was reading, when I was listening to the audiobook, I was thinking, okay, he has to tell someone because this is stupid. But at the same time, it's not even just pride or ego. It's the fact that he has a resentment towards Dumbledore and everything like that. McGonagall, not so much, obviously, but yeah. Butterbeer was introduced in Book 3 as some sort of pub delicacy, yet now it's appearing so frequently. I wonder whether the common room has it on tap. Oh, I like that. That'd be amazing. That's interesting. Yeah, butterbeer still confuses me, guys, because some people say it's alcoholic, some people say it's got a little bit of alcohol in it, some people say it's not alcoholic at all. Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. Poor Ron is back to getting second-hand stuff. Now it's Oliver Wood's keeper robes. You know what? I did think the same thing, actually. That's true. Hope you and Woozle have a good month. I hope you do as well, Jake. Thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, I'm not sure what she's a tart for this from. Sandra, hi Veggie. Grubbly Plank seems really professional. I wonder why the class would need to draw a bowtruckle for homework, though. I guess it's just the anatomy, isn't it? And you know what? It's better than like having to write an essay on it. So I would certainly prefer to draw a bowtruckle and then say what all the different bits are and everything, rather than write an essay just about them. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, but that's where my head goes. Anyway, Sandra, thank you so much for your comments. Me here. Harry, we've never had great defense against the dark arts teachers, have we? A little bit, yes, I'm glad that you picked up on that as well, me here. Even Crouch Jr., to be honest. It depends on your definition of great, doesn't it? Because, you know, what he was doing wasn't actually great. He's using unforgivable curses on students. You handled it fine by yourself, Ron mumbled. Ron's unwillingness to intervene with Fred and George doings is hilarious to me. I find it sad, me here. This is the thing. The whole Fred and George thing, I can't wait to hear other people's opinions on, because I feel like I might just be a bit of a grouch here, but I don't like what they're doing here. I really don't. Speaking of Fred and George, I don't think they are doing anything that bad. They've already tested the products themselves and are paying for others to test them. Yeah, but they're not telling them though. Or at least that's what Harry surmises from it. They're not forcing anyone. I think Hermione is being a bit overbearing. Yeah, but if a teacher then found out what they were doing, and they then found out that the prefects knew that it was going on, Hermione would be in trouble. So I feel like she's looking out for herself. And also, it's an insult. It is an insult to do it in front of Fred and George. Not Fred and George, sorry. In front of Ron and her, in my opinion. Hermione and Luna are basically polar opposites as characters, which makes their interaction super entertaining. Yeah, I freaking love that movie. Well, they'd be right there, weren't they? That I am enjoying that, actually. The pompous Ernie Macmillan is one of my favourite side characters in the series, and him believing Harry is one of his best moments. Yeah, I loved it. Whatever happened to the other guy? The guy in Chamber. We never hear about him, do we? He's always Ernie and Hannah, isn't it? I've got no problem with that. He's got a really posh name, hasn't he? I can't think what it is. What do you think Harry's scar hurt in detection with, what do you think about it with Umbridge? I think it was a coincidence. That's where I'm at right now, which seems insane, but I kind of feel like it might be. And whatever it is, I don't think Umbridge knows what happened. That's my take. Anyway, me here, thank you so much for your comment. Catty Martin. Hi, Veggie. Wasn't able to make a comment last time, but this chapter works with my thoughts from the last one. There's something to be said about a person who can be calm during a high-stress moment. There's a reason a lot of fans feel like Umbridge is more evil than Voldemort. I think this stems from how calm and sweetly she responds, as well as her actions. Yeah, I completely agree, and I feel like that isn't the case in the movie, because she loses her cool, doesn't she? In the movie, I'm pretty certain she does. In the class, I mean. So yeah, I do prefer. I prefer the fact that she is actually more stoic. Is that the right term in the book? I especially like how the book shows Harry's hand healing with each line, and the word needing to sink in. Absolutely. I wonder if that was an indication of Harry's mental state, how much he is affected by the words. Will decide, sorry, how deep they are carved in. Yeah, I think that you are absolutely on the money there. That's my headcanon for it, because that's why Umbridge, unless she was going to say this anyway, saying, oh no, that's not deep enough. So it really is to make an impression on him, literally and figuratively. On a more positive note, Professor McGonagall informing Neville. McGonagall getting a lot of love here. McGonagall informing Neville that it wasn't his technique, but lack of confidence, which was such a treat for this Neville fan. Bless. I have my own additional opinion of his struggles, but I'll hold off until we get more from him. Oh, fantastic, Katie. Yeah, we do get that scene in the movie where it's very similar to the Cho scene as I remember, unless it is exactly the same scene where like him and Harry are talking about stuff. We shall see. We shall see. Great comment, Catty. Thanks so much for your comment. Diego. I'm sorry. I know that I will say Diego. Hello. Veggie. I don't think I'd ever say this, but I actually agree with something Umbridge said in this chapter. I think I know what it is. Punishments shouldn't be adjusted to suit the guilty one's convenience. I know it's so annoying, but she's right. She's right. I mean, obviously, don't think Harry deserves punishment in this case, but in general, I think that the fact that he's missing out on something he'd really like to do, i.e. assisting in the Quidditch tryouts, makes the punishment more impactful and him more likely to think twice the next time. Yeah, it's true. It's annoying, but it's true. And I always get the impression that it's in there to make us have a second layer of hatred towards her. But at the end of the day, I think she's right as well, unfortunately. That said, I despise the amount of joy she draws from telling Harry this, and I obviously don't approve of the slightest of the manner in which she punishes him, since it is anarchic, sadistic, and illegal. Well, quite. I don't know if it is illegal. I don't know. It's the Wizarding World, isn't it? On a happier note, I think it's really sweet that Harry to be considerate. I'm sorry, my reading's fallen out of the window suddenly. I think it is really sweet that Harry to be considerate of Hermione's feelings when she asks him to knit knit hats with her. She isn't always too considerate. He isn't always too considerate, so it's nice to see when he is. That's actually very true, and I didn't pick up on that, but that is actually very true, especially with the way he speaks with Hermione in this chapter. Yeah, I completely agree. That is something which I did not pick up on, but you're right. P.S. I'm really glad you decided to make one chapter months an option for yourself. I thank you, Diego. It's helped me out a lot. Next month is going to be rough, but I only want to be doing these every now and then. I think it will be beneficial not only to you but also to the quality of the videos, since some of the chapters in this book are really long and dense. Yeah, and yeah, I am wary of the video quality when I am clearly getting a bit exhausted, and so I really do want to try and avoid that. But you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and like I say, I like to fit it into roughly 4 days to do it. I certainly don't want to go over that, because then that's an even bigger chunk of the month gone away from being able to do other stuff, you know. And so, Diego, thank you so much for your comment, and thank you so much for your kind words. Slim. Hi, Veggie. Experimentation is a good thing, so I'm pleased you're switching it up. I thought you were talking about Fred and George then. I really did. This book is paced oddly. The chapters at the beginning and end of the book are the shortest, mostly, with the chunkiest slammed together in the middle. That's very interesting. Okay, well, that's good to know then. We've been at Hogwarts for 4 chapters now, and it's only the end of the first school week. That is absolutely spot on. After 4 chapters at Hogwarts in the first book, we were at Halloween. Wow, that's kind of crazy. And they were shorter chapters as well. McGonagall says that conjuring spells are newt level, yet Dumbledore was able to wordlessly conjure comfortable chair at the ministry hearing. This is not magic anyone can do, but creating a nice place to sit was refuting Fudge's accusations of senility directly to Fudge's face in front of the entire Wizarding world. 10 out of 10 boss move. It wasn't a boss move. When you say newt level, she didn't actually say that, did she? Did she? I don't think she did. I feel like I would have picked up on that. But yeah, I see what you mean though. Was Seamus about to apologise to Harry, or say he believes him, just like Luna and Ernie do? The thing is, after the Luna and Ernie moment, it says how Seamus is looking confused but determined, or something like that. But that's Harry's interpretation of it. So I think he was. I think that I feel like Seamus is very different than what Harry is seeing him as right now. That's just my take, so we shall see what happens next. But that's my reading of the character. Do you realise that Harry's detentions every single evening that week would clash with the Quidditch? Did you realise that Harry's detentions every single evening that week would clash with Quidditch tryouts? I didn't pick up on it until Angela came out over, which I think is the same for Harry as well. Weirdly enough, I think. Is there some great meaning behind Harry's constant headaches? Yes, I presume so, but I couldn't tell you what. And I think that the Umbridge thing is a good coincidence, incredibly. What causes Harry's scar to hurt when Umbridge just touches his hand? Was it Voldemort? Was it Harry? Was it Umbridge? Did Umbridge feel something herself, or did she notice Harry's reaction? Yeah, I get the impression that she did. I think that she thought that it was the hand that was hurting him. Great question, Slim. I'm sure we will find out. Oh no, I can't remember what name to give you. I'm sorry. The thing is, I want to say NY, but that's not even how you say those initials, is it? I'm sorry, I can't remember. I apologise. Harry and Ron's reactions to Umbridge's abuse show the difference between a child raised in an abusive family and a child raised in a loving family. Harry and Ron's reactions to Umbridge's abuse. Oh wow! Oh, that is profound. That is a great point. In a loving family, a child who complains about pain will receive protection and sympathy. In an abusive family, this will only serve as a basis for more abuse. Harry does not show his weakness, not because of his ego, but because this is how he survived 11 years with the Dursleys. That deserves a round of applause. That is an absolutely brilliant point. I'm not giving her the satisfaction of knowing she's getting to me. When I was a teenager, this chapter made me feel very angry. But now, when I reread this chapter, I feel extremely sad. Oh yeah, your brilliant take does make the situation very sad. Harry is just a kid who saw another kid die, almost died himself, and simply told the truth about it. And now he is being tortured for it. Wow, this is a brilliant comment. Also, for the first day of detention, Harry comes to Umbridge at 5 PM and leaves after midnight. Is that right? Is that, yeah, you're right. For some reason, that didn't dawn on me. Oh my goodness. This means he was tortured for 7 hours straight. Same thing on the second detention, and yet he didn't let out a single sign of pain after his first detention. Harry is absolutely badass, no matter what anyone says. This is a great comment. Well said. I'm sorry, I cannot remember how to pronounce your name, but what a stellar comment that is. Seriously, thank you so much for making it, Benjamin. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check the DMs as well. I'll do the DMs at the end if anyone has DM'd me. Quite often there wouldn't be anyone, but I will make sure that I do them at the end. Actually, I'll do them after the next break. Hi, Woozle. Please forgive me for not saying hi to you in the past book club, so I hope this will do. Hi, Woozle. 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 Okay, that being said, hi Veggie, and Woozle again. I wanted to say a few things, but they were mostly mentioned by others already. Just one thing. Very Columbo. As much as I like Hagrid, I must say Professor Grumly Plank is so much better at this job. Oh, absolutely clearly. Absolutely clearly. And it's actually bad that Hagrid would get a chance to come back for it, if he does come back. I honestly can't remember if he does any more lessons after this point in the movies. Because the vast majority of students will be hoping the same thing. Hoping that Plank takes over. Benjamin, great comment. How are we doing? Sorry. Throughout all of my readings, 6 and 7, I think of the series so far, one question that always asked was if the spectators in the Triwizard Tournament were able to see the second and third task. I thought maybe they had some kind of video feed set up similar to maybe the Secrets of Dumbledore movie. Oh yeah. Yes, I remember that because it's when Tina first shows up. My favourite Wizarding World character. That is the third one. That's Secrets of Dumbledore. I'm pretty sure it is. It's just not a neat movie. Oh, don't get into it again, Veggie. But upon rereading, I finally realised in this chapter, Hermione does confirm that they did not see what was going on in the maze. I'm not sure if that's true. What I failed to realise this whole time, as of course, they couldn't see it if no one knew exactly what happened in the maze at the end. It didn't happen in the maze though, did it? Unless you were specifically talking about Harry and Cedric refusing to take the cup. Because obviously what happened, the things that Harry relayed all happened far away from the maze, didn't it? Is what I'm saying. As the Super Callan brothers would say, the tournament is the worst aspect. Worst spectator sport of all time. I feel like there are real world equivalents. Marathon running. Although I guess you would have TV monitors there, wouldn't you? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. But if you're at the finish line, you're basically just waiting. Oh, you wouldn't wait there the whole time. Why would you? But so yeah, but if there aren't monitors, then that really is pointless, isn't it? I guess that they're there just not as spectators, but to celebrate the winner. I guess. I gotta say, I have to agree with Hermione about the whole candy situation, that they should not be testing them out on other students. I'm glad that you agree, Harry, because I thought I was the only one then. I think I've stated in previous book club my thoughts on Hermione on Spew, kind of adding onto that, the way she is going about it is just a bit ridiculous. Putting hats out to try and trap the house elves with 100% is 100% wrong way to go about it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And the thing is, whenever I say that I don't agree with that, I do want to make it clear that I think that Spew is a really good idea. But it's, you know, going about it in different ways, you know. Pa. But Bryce is how you pronounced my dog's name. Oh, Pa Bryce, or is it just Bryce? Bryce. The dog's name. You asked what actually he was named after Arena. Okay, let's start again. Bryce is how you pronounce my dog's name. You asked what actually he was named after Arena at my alma mater, Penn State. That started with Bryce. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, Brent. Okay, I did ask that, didn't I? That is amazing. That is a wonderful name as well. Thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, you're right about the spectator aspect of it, but maybe again, maybe they're not meant to be an audience. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, but yeah. Okay, Fred and George can sometimes have a darker edge in the books compared to the movies. But that being said, my personal headcanon is that the Wizarding World is pretty casual about child safety because of its society's healing abilities. Absolutely, yeah, that is actually very, very true. And that is not something which I've considered regarding this individual instance, but it's something that we always have to remember, is that obviously they are self-healing beings. I mean, Quidditch is already an incredibly dangerous game, and they allow preteens to play alongside 17-year-olds. Great point, great point. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in the school sanctioned child endangerment. Yeah, so Hermione being a Muggle-born might actually be the reason why she's taking such a stance, and the fact that we are Muggles reading this might be that as well, maybe. It makes sense not to be as risk averse if they're used to being able to heal all but the worst mishaps. Oh yeah, they couldn't heal Harry's, could they? From the Bowtruckle. So while I do think we're meant to be seeing a bit of bad side from Fred and George's characters, maybe highlighting the effect of a summer thinking about war and danger and their family. I also think there is a cultural mismatch with Hermione, who is Muggle sensibilities when it comes to looking after 11-year-olds. Yeah, I agree, Kay, but at the same time, it's not great. It's not great, and the fact that they don't, that we can presume that they don't know what they're getting into, and the fact it is specifically first years, they're being targeted for a reason. It's it's because they're going to be naive to it all. That's why they're not going for older students, because if they're just making sure that the effects are the same across the board, why are they only choosing one demographic? And so there is something nasty about it, in my opinion. But either way, Kay, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Maddie Kumar. I highly doubt Hermione leaving clothes for the house elves would free them. I know, it doesn't. It feels like that would be insane. Like if they accidentally stepped on one, would it mean that they're free? The rules around it are very odd. If that is true. She's not their master. She's not gifting them directly. I guess you'd say that they probably would see the students as being their masters, though. Maybe. And surely them they must be doing the students' laundry. Laundry is something that we've come up with before, but no, yeah, I think that is actually that they don't actually do laundry. Fantastic Beasts made the Bowtruckles very cute, but I actually prefer the gnarly wood imp design from the old COS computer game. COS? Am I being stupid? Chamber of Secrets. There you go. I will look that up in a second because I need a break anyway. This is a nitpick, but once again, the movie takes something from Ron and gives it to Hermione. Why couldn't Ron be the one to notice Harry's scar? It's true. It's true. I'm trying to think how much Hermione actually has to do in that movie. Ron and her don't really have that much to do. Oh, no, because they're in the order, of course, aren't they? Yeah, it's not the most egregious version of it, in my opinion, but yeah, you are right. It is yet another example. Are you surprised Ron became keeper now instead of book 6? Yes, I'm completely baffled. I thought I'd got my movies the wrong way around. I really did, but yeah, it's completely thrown me. But I'm glad for him. I'm delighted. Maddie Goon, thank you so much for your comment. Just before we get on to Hildra, I'm going to go and look up what the other Bowtruckle looks like. Oh, I like it, guys. It's quite the Bowtruckle from the Chamber game. It's quite generic video game villain looking in a way, if you know what I mean. But I like it though. They're both really good. I think I do prefer the redesign though, in my opinion though. But yeah, each their own, of course. Obviously, I'm a big Pickett fan, so we do have a comment in DMs, guys, and so I will do that now. So, Hobbit, I apologise for not doing it at the start. Book club, which is how I like it. Which if you ever want to DM me your thoughts on the comment, guys, it needs to be one comment and it needs to start with the word book club, just so I know before clicking on it that it is for the book club. And so that's why it says book club at the start. Book club. Hello there. I hope you enjoy your recent trip to Blackpool. It was great. It was so much though. Too much driving. It was insane. But you know, it's done now. So we went to the retro arcade, which was amazing. That was. That is me. That was a good place, guys. I love retro. I love arcade machines like that. I thought I'd mention two smaller things that often get glossed over with everything going on. One, Ron hiding his broomstick, and when he does nervously tell Harry, says, "Go on, laugh." Yeah. People who grow up with poor self-esteem often become unwilling to put their head above the parapet. Literally my life. So it's sad to see his family family's influence here, given how nervous he is to tell his even best friend. It's great how nervous he is to tell his best friend. It's great. We hear Harry reply, "I'm not laughing. It's a brilliant idea." It also reminds Harry he can trust Ron back and tell him what the lines really were. Yeah, that's the moment, isn't it, where he actually thinks, well, he owned up to that. I should really tell him the truth as well. Good friendship moment. I'd say I said before one thing. What I said before. One things I can't. I'm sorry, it's my reading. One of the things I came to like about Order is as I get older, was we see how vulnerable Ron constantly supports. Vulnerable Ron's constant support is to Harry. Valuable, sorry, especially when so few others believe him. Absolutely. But Harry also begins to understand Ron's vulnerabilities. There you go. I said the word too early, didn't I? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that little moment. It's a really nice little moment. Two, Ernie Macmillan's declaration in a loud, carrying voice is so clearly intended for the whole class to hear that he supports Harry and that my family has always stood firm behind Dumbledore, and so do I. It is where he became my favourite minor character. Fantastic. No, it's a great moment. It's not just because he's Hufflepuff. He also reminds me of why I came to appreciate the traits of Hufflepuff itself. He's easy to mock and almost deliberately uncool in a upper class English toff type of way. Yeah, that's kind of how Harry puts it as well, like pompous, isn't it? Which is not the P word which he said to the person in my dream. But he's dignified with his old-fashioned manners. I should really tell you what the P word is, guys, because I just realised there are a lot of much worse P words. So the P word that I'm not exactly sure how you do spell it, in fact, but I'm not sure. I think it might be the same spelling as the furniture poof. But he basically called him that. There we go. Because I realise how there are much worse P words that he could have said, so I don't want to be making light of that. But yes, that's the word that he called this Muggle child just before attempting to obliviate him. Which Hobbit, if you're skimming forward to your comment, will make no sense. You need to watch the whole video, right? Or not the whole video, the start of the book club. The fact he feels it's important to mention his family's support too is revealing. He wrongly accuses Harry of being the heir of the heir in chamber, but then after Hermione's attack makes clear he realised he'd been mistaken, and here we have his public statement as at a time when few are willing to stand up for Harry. And so I'm loving this Ernie love. He's a slightly ridiculous person perhaps, but an honourable one. And yeah, and to be fair, Hobbit, and I know you're not doing this, you shouldn't hold the fact that he might be upper class or tough or pompous and everything. You really shouldn't hold that against him, guys, because that is oh my goodness, my brain's completely collapsed. What's the term where you treat someone unfairly because of their circumstances or their oh my goodness, but it's a bias. It's not the word I'm looking for, but it is a bias against people like that, which is unfair, guys. You should treat people as they treat you, or just treat people equally or fairly. Just because they might have been born into a richer family doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad person or deserving of ridicule. An ism, I guess, is the term which I'm thinking of. But yeah, I love it, Hobbit. A great comment. Love the Ernie love, and I completely agree with you. It's a great moment for his character. The few that we get of them, but when he pops in, it's always worth discussing, isn't it? Thank you so much for your comment. So Hildra, sorry for the wait to get to your comment. Hi Woozle and Veggie. I found it interesting that McGonagall mentioned that Neville's main issue holding him back was confidence. I apologize, Hildra, that's not me yawning at your comment. It's quite clear that confidence is a major importance in spellcasting. Yeah, I absolutely agree. 2, Luna mentioned crumple-horned snorkax and bibbling humdingers. I appreciate the way you spelt it out as well. That's just like, obviously I only heard them in the audiobook. In this chapter, if they existed, what kind of creatures do you think they would be? Oh my goodness! I mean, anything called a humdinger is interesting, but actually, I guess a burbling humdinger could be a bird. And crumple-horned snorlax. To be honest, I'm kind of thinking of the Blast in the Scroots with that one, to be honest. So maybe something similar to that. Great question, though. I wonder if they would be in Fantastic Beasts, would they? Of course they wouldn't. 3. Once again, Ron and Harry are having a conversation in front of the fat lady. Pardon me. I'm sorry, Hildra. In front of the fat lady that they don't want anyone to know. I wonder if the paintings is how Dumbledore seems to know everything going on at Hogwarts. Oh, well, very possibly. That's actually a great point. I'm not sure how morally that's okay. It's essentially bugging the entire place, isn't it? Not like Rita Skeeter. Yeah, great comment, Hildra. Greatly appreciate as always. Gugu, I'm pretty sure that I call you. If that's wrong, I apologise. Hi Veggie. First off, 50 points from Gryffindor for Harry saying that he's never had a great defense against the arch teacher, despite the last two being Lupin and Barty Crouch Jr., who was a good teacher despite everything else. I don't think he was. Yeah. I feel like calling him a good teacher whilst he's also using unforgivable curses on students. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on what you specifically mean by good. Yes, they are learning things, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's being done in an ethical way. I apologise, but absolutely with the Lupin thing. I'd apologise for the bait I threw out last book club, suggesting that the next Gryffindor keeper might not be Ron because the movie couldn't even get which book right. But I am very curious who you suspected might be the keeper this year, but didn't name in that response. Oh. I think I may have thought Ginny, because I thought that Ginny was a member before Ron in the movies. So yeah, maybe that's who I was hinting at, maybe. But yeah, I wasn't expecting the Ron thing in this book at all. This chapter also finally got to why as... This chapter also finally got to why us Harry Potter fans immediately love... Pickett, the Bowtruckle in Fantastic Beasts movies. Oh, that's amazing, yes. That must have been a real treat, in fact. Treat, not tree. This was also the first chapter where I finally had to admit that Hermione had crossed the line when it comes to spew. Yeah, now that doesn't mean that the entire thing's wrong, but I completely agree with what you mean. She's more right about house elves than people want to believe, but hiding woolly bladders for them to potentially accidentally free them is underhanded and over the line. I agree, it's not good at all. The title of the next chapter alone should get you hyped for it. Yes, it's Percy and Padfoot, is it? I think I can wait another month, even though chapter 14 is definitely one of the chapters I was waiting for. Oh yeah, I apologize about that, Gugu, but I had to have at least one where it's just one chapter, and I feel like this one was the correct one to do. But we shall see how busy the other chapters are. Danny, hi Veggie, first book on. Danny, you're very welcome. Tell Woozle she's the goodest girl. You know what, Danny? Because it's your first one, I'll go and get her. I'll go and get her. Very nice of you to make your first comment, your debut, as it were. Woozy, come on, here. Go on, stinker. Here you go. Good girl. Good monkey noodle. How you been diddling doodling? Hey, you okay? I don't know if there's anything in your box. I don't think there would be. Oh no, there's loads. There's loads. Oh no, it's all boring biscuits though. No, you got some little. You got a couple of tiny little meaty bits. But it's just boring biscuits. I'm not sure if you're going to have those on their own. We'll see. Yeah. Ooh, that bit looks a bit weird. I'm not giving you that. It's one little... Oh no, it's two little meat bits and two biscuits. She won't have the biscuits if she doesn't have something else nice to have with them. You got these little meat bits here. There you go. I know they're only very little, aren't they? Is that okay? Are you gonna have your bones now? No, she has to have something. She has to have something adequately nice to have the boring biscuits. Are you okay? Also, you didn't have much of your breakfast this morning either, did you? So that'll explain it. Good girl. Right, let's get on. So tell her that she's the goodest girl. Woozle, you're the goodest girl. At the very beginning of this chapter, Hermione mentions that maybe the rest of the school didn't believe Harry's version of what happened to Cedric. Do you think you would have believed him? It completely depends on your circumstances, doesn't it? Because I can only ever really imagine myself as a Muggle born. And so I think there's a chance that I would. But it depends how much I knew him, what year I was in and everything. So it's all mitigating circumstances, isn't it? To who is actually believing. I mean, Ernie believes Harry essentially because Dumbledore told him to. And so, so yeah, that's a great question. I hope Ernie joins the Order. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I have no idea if he does. Not sure if any Hufflepuff do, in fact. From an outside perspective, Harry Potter, the infamous for always being the center of trouble through no fault of his own, usually, yeah, like that, usually that comes out of the maze with a dead competitor in his arms and claims a long dead evil wizard is back. Oh, I mean, the way you word that almost suggests that he could have killed Cedric. That's never been a topic that's been brought up, hasn't it? That's never been an accusation, has it? Very interestingly. Hermione and her woody bladders again. I love this description. But come on, girl, hiding them is a bit overboard now. Do you think the elves are actually taking the hats? I don't. I feel like it's. If I was to guess, I'd think it's going to be Fred and George doing something, but we shall see. Would they have the potential to magic them away without touching them if they did notice? That's actually a great question as well. I mean, yeah, they'd be able to make them. They'd be able to use Leviosa, wouldn't they, or the elf equivalent. What a big old nasty you are, eh? You're a pretty noodle. What a pretty noodle. She gets lots of compliments, guys. She really does. That was my first thought upon reading this for the first time. Yeah, well, that's why she's hiding them, isn't she? Under paper and everything. Surely they don't walk around picking things up by hand in the common rooms. That's actually a very good point as well, because considering that they know how much is on the line, they would be extremely careful when they pick things up. So I don't think they would pick them up. That's actually a great point, Danny. Yeah, I completely agree with you. They absolutely would. They'd be all over that, just instinctively, you know. Oh God, will you go away? There we go. He has. Sorry, there's a motorbike revving for no apparent reason for ages. He's gone finally. The second that I say that. Lastly, Bowtruckles. With your love of Pickett, I think a lot of us were waiting for the kind of moment that they appear for the first time. Yeah, I was so shocked by that. I was so pleased. When we were saying about the Niffler stuff last time in the previous book, I should say, you must have been thinking, well, we still have the Bowtruckles to go. Just some random minor thoughts. I'm sure other people will get get into the deeper stuff. Glad to be here. Oh, Daddy, your first comment was a delight. It really was. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope to see you next time as well. Thank you. Stephen. Hi, Veggie. I don't have a lot to say about this chapter that others haven't already said, so I just want to thank you for all the content that you put out. That's very kind of you, Stephen. The past month has been difficult, and I've had to make some tough decisions. So it's been a great help to have your videos to escape from realities of life. Stephen, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that everything's okay, and I hope things are getting better. I really do appreciate that. I mean, escaping from reality and everything, guys. That is basically what I was saying about Roman Reigns earlier on, you know. And so yeah, I really appreciate that, Steve. I really do. It's important to have stuff to escape to, you know. Another thing which I really, I obviously the reason why I was needing something to escape to, escape reality for a few hours and everything, was because my mother was very ill. Another thing that I really got into at the time is a YouTube channel called Bad Golf. I don't know if you're familiar with the TV show Taskmaster, but Alex Horn, the creator and the Taskmaster assistant, him and his friend John Robbins, who is a comedian, had, because they don't post anymore, but they had a golf channel called Bad Golf. And I really enjoyed it. I found it extremely relaxing to watch. It's obviously very funny as well because they're both comedians, but I highly recommend it. It starts off kind of weird, like the editing is really strange on the first few episodes, but then it gets a lot more professional as it goes on. Like I say, they just stopped after a while, I think, because Alex wasn't able to enjoy golf as much anymore. But they're still up, all up on YouTube though. I need to do a watch through of those again, because I at the time I was rewatching them every single night, you know. Because sometimes for escapism you need something that you're familiar with, you know. And so I would be re-watching those over and over and over again. So I really enjoyed it. And since then I've become a fan of John Robbins as well, who has a radio show with Ellis James called Ellis and John, which was on Radio X at first, but then is now over on the BBC. But their backlog is still all there. And I highly recommend those as well. Yeah, that's why I found out about John Robbins, and I do enjoy him, although he is intense sometimes. So he doesn't take losing well in anything, which makes it funny in Bad Golf, where he gets incredibly stroppy. There's one particular one where he is absolutely furious, where he nearly snaps one of his golf clubs and everything because he's doing so badly. Because Alex is not as good a golfer as John, but when John is losing, he gets freaking furious. And it's like it was near Christmas, and Alex, to try and change the subject and to try and calm John down, like says, John, so what are you hoping for Christmas? And John says, world nuclear death or something like that. He says that he just wants it to be him in a deck chair with some cans of beer, thinking. I can't remember what he says, but it's very funny. He is when he's angry, he's incredibly funny, and it's genuine as well. He's a bit of a psycho when it comes to, you know, being the best at everything, you know, which makes some of the games that they play on Ellis and John quite difficult to listen to sometimes, but at the same time they're also quite funny. Anyway, there's another recommendation. Sorry, Stephen. It's because you said that you needed something to escape to. So, Stephen, I'm so sorry that things aren't, or at least weren't going well. I hope they're going better now. To make this comment a bit Potter related, did you hear that Hugh Laurie is voicing Dumbledore in the new full cast audiobooks? Bravo! Sorry, that's a terrible Hugh Laurie impression. Hugh Laurie. Now that is not the name which I'd go to first. I'll say this: Hugh Laurie could do any of the characters. Maybe not Hermione. But he's a very talented guy, and a lot of people know him as quite a serious actor. But, you know, I just quoted George from Blackadder there. Although I personally know him best for playing Bertie Wooster in Jeeves and Wooster, which is such a treat of a show, guys. I highly recommend the first season to anyone. After the first season, there are episodes that don't quite land as well, but they're all still fun though, guys. But I mean, Hugh Laurie was born to play Bertie Wooster. He's just absolutely perfect. And you know what? Stephen Fry, despite the fact that he's not the greatest actor, he is fantastic as Jeeves. I've definitely talked about Jeeves and Wooster many times in these videos, haven't I? So let's move on. But Hugh Laurie as Dumbledore, yeah, why not? Like I said, he could do any of them. I feel like they're nearly out, in fact, aren't they, these audiobooks? I don't know what I should really do regarding them, guys. Maybe I could make a review video? I don't know, guys. Things that I've been trying on the channel lately haven't been working very well, guys. Like different things. I'll like try something a little bit different, and then it'll like not do well at all. And also K-pop Demon Hunters, that did not do well at all. You know what? It did do well on the channel, but it didn't do as well as I was expecting. Which you shouldn't expect anything when it comes to YouTube, guys. But I think it may have been because I spelt Hunters wrong in the freaking title. That's stupid. Thank you, whoever messaged me that. I'm not sure if I actually replied to them. Oh, if I didn't reply to you, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I will endeavour to reply to you if whoever it was that messaged me that. I'm so sorry if I didn't. Fantastic movie though, guys. What a blooming surprise that was. It's so good, so good. Mira has massively gone up in my estimation when it comes to my favourite characters. But either way, that's very interesting about Hugh Laurie. But you know what? He could do any of them. So that's awesome. Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. And again, I hope things get better. Kinsit, this is the chapter everyone starts to really hate Umbridge. Yeah, I can see that actually, because obviously I found her lesson infuriating, but obviously this is a lot worse than the lesson. That detention really is barbaric. I hate. There's the line about you know deep down that you deserve this. It almost doesn't fit with the book version, because that's in the movie, isn't it? I don't know if that is in the movie, in the book. I don't think it was in these chapters. I hate he is stubborn about telling anyone, but I guess the years of neglect from the Dursleys made him stronger. That is such a great point, which the person earlier on made as well. I'm so sorry, I can't remember your name. How to pronounce your name? I'm sorry. Also, I love how Hermione is stricter than Ron as a prefect. Well, also just because it's Fred and George. But then again, Ron's not going to be strict, is he? Or almost, they almost have a Molly and Arthur dynamic. You're on the money there, Kenzie. I love that. Arthur being a fan, being a fan parent, and Molly has to scold him. Interesting. I like that. I like with the car. In the car. Sorry, let's not go on about that again. Sorry. The car. Sorry. Horrible face. Eye pulling. Like with the car. Oh God! Do not get the giggles, please. In Chamber, when Ron and the twins went to rescue Harry. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely. I forgot about that scene. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, brilliant, Kenzie. I love that. I think that you make a great point. It's nurse thing. Clever hello to Veggie and Woozle. I always feel like clever shouldn't be spelled like that. I don't know why. I've always thought that. Clever hello to Veggie and Woozle. Hermione and her hats. I always had a hard time picturing what they look like. Well, bladders apparently. But where do you think this is going? I have absolutely no idea. Like I said, I feel like it's Fred and George that are taking the hats, but we shall see. She also mentioned no one saw what happened in the maze. Last two tasks So she did say that. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I apologise to the commentator on. Felicitas must have been super boring to watch. The champions disappear and the audience stares at nothing for hours. Thrilling. It was hours as well. Jeez. That is actually kind of bizarre, in fact, isn't it? But they're there to celebrate the victor, aren't they? That's basically... And, obviously, the ceremony on the third one. Yes, you too, Longbottom. There's nothing wrong with your work except lack of confidence. Once again, McGonagall is the GOAT. I'm loving how much love that line is getting given, and yet I didn't even bring it up. Did I? No, I did. So I looked it up. The average lifespan of a bowtruckle is 50 years, but some live longer depending on the health of their tree. Oldest recorded lived 400 years. Wow. Did the trio or anyone in their class meet Pickett? It's unlikely. Even with that long a lifespan, it's unlikely, unless Pickett became like their leader when he went back or something. I don't know, but I think that's unlikely, isn't it? Because he was... Actually, it could be, because he's like the most nervous, isn't he? We had that adorable scene where where Newt's putting him with the rest of them and everything, or trying to. Another major change the movie made. Ron's Quidditch journey and just Quidditch in general apparently took up too much time in the movie, so they just completely switched years that it occurred. Part of me gets it, but it also really annoys me. I just feel like there's very little Quidditch from here until the end of the movies. So, I'm okay with it. The excuse doesn't really make sense, because obviously there's a lot that's in the next movie as well. I'm not sure. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, but it's interesting to hear other takes on it. It certainly does. But it is a major change, though. Yeah, I was completely baffled. As someone who has fainted in the past, your tongue does not just loll out of your mouth. Rarely, as your mouth is open, is your mouth open at all. And for that matter, never put something in the mouth. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. In the mouth of someone who has fainted because they could choke. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So you're referring to Lee Jordan. Dean Thomas, Lee Jordan. I don't know why I always say their full names. But Lee. Dropping purple things into the first year students' mouths. Sorry. Maybe they instantly dissolve. It's Wizarding World and all that sort of thing. But I also want to know exactly what that is, because presumably that is an antidote, which comes with the fainting fancies, I guess. Yeah, that does not sound good, does it? Because obviously, some people when they faint, their tongue goes down their throat, don't they? Oh God, don't. It's a nurse thing. I apologise. I'm sorry to hear that you have fainted in the past. I'm not sure if I have. I've been electrocuted once. I think I must have told this story before, where there was these bollards in the town near me, and they had lights inside at the top, and so they're like, there's bollards to stop people from driving places, but also had a circular light at the top, and like there was a hole in the top of one of them, and me as a kid, I just had to touch everything, guys. I was touching. I when I saw things, I had to touch things. Nor did that had something to do with my autism, but my parents would often mention that I always had to touch things when I saw things. And I saw this, put my finger in the hole, woke up, I don't know how long later, literally looking at the sky, looking at the stars, because it was at night. Yeah. Which is fun. Jeez. Very dangerous, guys. This thing, as in it's very dangerous that it was allowed to be like that. I presume that the hole had like a cap which was meant to be put on, but it certainly wasn't there. Anyway, thank you so much, it's a nurse thing, and yeah, it's Yeah, the more I think about the French Orchard thing, the less I like, guys. I really do. I still love them. I still love them. Jolt. What's up, Veggie and Woozle? I think that this chapter is fantastic at portraying Harry's anxiety. I remember reading this for the first time as a teenager and finding it so much of it relatable. The homework, not the homework, not the detention. Yes, I find. Yeah, even that just gave me anxiety. In fact, whenever the homework was brought up in the chapter, Harry acknowledges a particular feeling around his midriff when his scar hurts in her office. Oh, really? Thus far, the only other time we've heard of a similar situation is traveling by Portkey. Oh. I didn't even pick up on the particular feeling around his midriff. Which would suggest it's something to do with the wand. Or maybe not. Do you suppose Hermione is actually freeing House Elves with her hats? Or... Oh, and congratulations, Ron. His massive feat should help... That's actually good. It's actually an unfair advantage, in fact. That's a good point, Jolt. No. I don't think that. I don't think House Elves are going to the hats, and I feel like if they were, we'd be hearing about it, you know. And so I don't think they are. Joel, thank you so much for your comment. Gaff Knob, greetings. Chapter 13. I think this is part of why Harry did not try to convince Seamus in the dorm. Everyone was already told what happened by Dumbledore. At that time, he was one of the most respected wizards in the wizarding world. If that was good enough, if that was not good enough for Seamus, what would be? Yeah, quite. Hermione really losing, Hermione really loses all logic when it comes to the house elves. Yeah, it does. It feels irrational. It completely does, actually. That's a really good way of putting it. House elves need to be given clothes, not just pick them up. And Dobby would have been free whenever he wanted. That is actually another great point. That house elves that did want to be free could easily be free if they wanted. If this counted, which obviously it doesn't. But Ron seems to think it does, though. Or maybe she's just annoyed about Hermione's thought process. But he does uncover it because he wants the house elves to see what it is. The headmaster, yes. Other staff maybe, but students, no way. I do feel like that house elves may actually see the students as counting. I do. The hierarchy, you know. I do not do well with authority, particularly when I am the one in the right. I would be writing. I do not tell lies, and after the first line, I would have left. Well, yeah, but then. I guess you could potentially... Walking out of detention is obviously a bigger issue. But then it would go to Dumbledore and then you'd tell him what happened. So yeah, that's actually a great point, Gaffnob, and a good attitude incredibly as well. You shouldn't... no one should have to put up with what Harry did. Had to. I did read all of that yesterday. Thank you so much for your comment, Gaffnob. Florin. Hi, Veggie. I really like the line of checking if Oliver Wood's still alive or his ghost came back to possess Angela. What do you think of her evaluation as Ron as a keeper? Did she accept him because of Harry for someone more? Oh, did she accept him because of Harry for someone more promising, or was he, despite not being that good, still the best of the crowd? I think it's the best of the crowd, and I think that the fact that it's the keeper, it might be that Angela is quite even more critical of, because they're basically doing their own thing, aren't they? And so, or kind of. And so they're segregated from the rest. And so it's possible that Ron is actually better than Angela is giving him credit for. But she wants the best out of everyone, you know. So maybe that's it. But I hope so. I hope that Ron does well. We shall see, guys. It's going to be interesting to hear games with him in. It really is. Which is something which I never assumed that we would get to, but I feel like we're going to, though. Great comment. Maria. Hi, Veggie. I don't have much to add to what others have said. What do you think of the vanishing spells? I don't know if it is ethical to practice them on snails. You're right. You're completely right. And also, I don't know what it means to make something vanish. Are they sending them off to another realm? Are they literally making them invisible? Are they physically gone? Yeah, great. I agree. Where do you think the snails go when they vanish? Yeah, I think it's another realm. That's my headcanon for it. They're not just ceasing to be. That is a great question, Maria. I didn't even considered that. But yeah, that's not good to use that on anything alive. Why does it have to be on something alive? It's almost as if they're training it to do it on people, you know? Yeah, I don't like the fact that they're using it on alive creatures. That's bad. What do you think of the words on Harry's hand getting clearer over time? Harry doesn't believe he is a liar, so the message did not sink in, as Umbridge said. Absolutely, yes. I get that as well. Although, obviously, it eventually got there, but Harry's clearly not. That doesn't mean that Harry's actually believed it more. Also, I love Luna's radish earrings. You must be able to buy those. Or at least someone must have made them, at least. Sorry, that is awesome. P.S. Silence... since you often talk about sitcoms and TV shows in the book clubs, have you ever seen a show, What We Do in the Shadows? If not, it is hilarious. I think you would enjoy it. There's a couple of series, there's a couple of shows which I get confused by the names. Yeah, okay, so I have the DVD of it. Although I think it's the movie, I think. Someone sent it to me when I first did the P.O. Box, guys. I haven't watched it, because obviously if I'm to watch it, I'll watch it on the channel. But, it's that guy, isn't it? It's the guy with the deep voice. That seems to be his thing in shows. He was in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Yeah, I ain't seen it, but I've heard only very, very good things about it. So yeah, maybe we could check out on the channel potentially if there is interest. There have definitely been a lot of recommendations, but I'm not sure if the movie comes first or the show, or even if it is the thing that I'm thinking of. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to think about doing it on the channel. Maria, thank you so much for your recommendation, and of course your wonderful comment as always. CJ, good day, Veggie. Hope you have hope you are having a lovely week. Hermione is pulling out the big guns. I love the start of this comment already. But I, as in the hats or with Fred and George. But I agree with her. Okay, Fred and George, yeah. Fred and George. Sorry, the twins should not be testing the first years or indeed any students. I'm with you, CJ. It's so interesting having this discussion in the book club, though, hearing other perspectives on it. Were you expecting the spew stuff to still be going on? No, and I'm so one of my notes, and I think I did read it out in my notes, was I'm so enjoying the spew stuff. I really am. It gives Hermione such an edge. It really does. It's like her little thing, you know. It really is her little thing. Harry said he thinks it was after midnight when he left detention. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that. I feel terrible for not picking up on that. But it started at 5 p.m. Does that mean she kept him there for 7 hours? That's particularly practically an entire day. Maybe it was to try and break him, to make him like say I can't take it anymore sort of thing, and it just never happened. You know, maybe. Because he wouldn't give her the satisfaction, maybe. Maybe that's it. Hope you are enjoying your summer. Thank you so much, CJ. Yeah, me and Weasel's doing lots of walks. The All Trails app, which I've talked about before, I should really get in contact with them, see if they can sponsor the channel, because I talk about it, and I use it almost every day now, guys. Has been an absolute godsend, guys. It really has. I started using it in February, and it's August now, so that's exactly 6 months. It's been half a year. My plan was to do 50 walks in a year, and maybe around 100 miles. I have done 59 walks since February, and I've done 308 miles. So, yeah, we've definitely been taking advantage of that. I found so many lovely areas around here. I shouldn't be surprised, because we're very close to the Cotswolds in Oxfordshire. In fact, I'm not sure. I think the Cotswolds confuses me, because Chipping Norton is apparently in the Cotswolds, which is north of Oxfordshire. Burford, I believe, is basically the gate to the Cotswolds. But Burford is to the east. Oh no, they're not that far away. So what actually consider is the Cotswolds is actually quite confusing to me. But Oxfordshire and the Cotswolds and everything. Because I've lived here for a long time, you don't really appreciate it. But when you get an app like All Trails, it shows you all these beautiful little places that I've never known about, guys. In fact, we did a Chipping Norton walk a couple of days ago, in fact. Me and Woozle. Which was quite nice. It did absolutely hammer it down with rain at one point, though, which is fine. Because I brought her a raincoat anyway. So yes, we've been taking advantage of the weather when we can. Although obviously when it's too hot, she can't. Particularly with sighthounds, they shouldn't be in very, very hot weather. CJ, thank you so much for your comments. Love from Australia. Dustin with John Travolta. Hey Veggie, kind of sad that we only get one chapter this month, but I completely understand. I can barely find the time to make these book club comments. Yeah, I apologize about that, Dustin, although this video is approaching 4 hours already, and so video length, you're not really missing out on that much, but it is pushing that goal of finishing the series further and further down the road. So I apologize about that. So yeah, and I appreciate this feedback as well, Dustin. The worst thing in the world would be if people who particularly back in Patreon, but anyone at all, if anyone did feel that they didn't like something about the way that the series may be going, or something about the series, and then for them to not say it. So I really, really appreciate you saying it. I'm curious, because I need genuine feedback, guys. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Hermione's ethically ambiguous method of freeing house elves. It doesn't make sense, let alone the ethics of it. But yeah, the ethics of it are not good. Especially right after yelling at Fred and George for doing some shady business practices. That's actually a fair point. Yeah, I feel like she could get in trouble with professors if they found out, potentially. We of course get our week's worth. Pardon me. We of course get our week's worth of detention from Umbridge, and I feel that in the book she comes off as way more evil than in the movie. Yeah, but the movie does a good job, and it's not just the actor. I feel like the movie did do a good job. There's that friggin' moment where she's just basically waiting for Harry to realise what's going on. It's so sinister. It's so sinister. Wait. Angelina channeling the spirit of Oliver Wood is hilarious, and most importantly, Ron made the team. I'm really excited to see where this is going. To close out, I have one important question. Do they have alarm clocks in the Wizarding World? How do they get up early? I can barely make it out of bed without the loudest, most annoying alarm I can find on my phone. Oh my goodness. If I stayed up late doing homework, there's no way I would be able to naturally get up in time to make it to my class. Yeah, and tiredness does not fix things, guys, because obviously Harry falling asleep before the second task in the previous book, obviously he didn't set any kind of alarm or anything. Yeah, alarms are never talked about, but I guess it's a case of the other students waking each other up, but also there could be There could be like a charm or a bell. There could be a bell. At Hogwarts that rings in the morning, maybe. I don't know actually. It's like that's quite militaristic, isn't it? I have no idea, but yeah, it sounds like you might be missing some classes if you don't have your alarm at Hogwarts. Dustin, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. T Phoenix. Hi Veggie, finally joined, and this is my first comment. Thank you so much, T Phoenix. I thought you were new. I love your icon, by the way, little purple robot dude. Is that from Wall-E? I ain't seen Wall-E. In fact, I need to add Wall-E to my list of movies, which I need to add to the movie list, which doesn't make sense as a sentence. Wall, and then it's a dash E, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Right. Yeah, I ain't seen Wall-E, guys. I've heard great things about it though. So it's the first comment. You're very welcome, T Phoenix. Just wanted to say I love your videos. You're very kind. I've been your subscriber for years on YouTube. Just finished watching all of your Buffy videos. Yeah, I'm sorry about the lack of edits. Obviously, now that you're on the Patreon, you can check out the entire series. But the edits, I've been getting a few comments lately saying about, hey Veggie, what happened to your Buffy videos? They were just not getting views, guys, unfortunately. And I think that certain episodes were, but each episode would take me a day to edit, and for me to edit it, this sounds like I'm complaining, guys. I'm not, because the fact they get any views is a miracle, quite frankly. But if I spend a day editing up a video, and then that YouTube edit ends up maxing at 600 views, and that's it, as in like after like a couple of weeks, just like stagnant at like 600 views, that's not sustainable. And so, if I had an editor, that would be the first thing I'd get them to do. Like, I would look after everything else on the channel, and I'd say, editor, do my Buffy series. Unfortunately, I can't afford one, you know. And so, if I could, I absolutely would, and then I would get them to go through the Buffys. Because the thing is, the popular episodes would do really well, but then the other episodes would get absolutely, like very low levels. And because, you know, after my mother passed away and everything, I had to really rebuild my channel because of the time I'd had to take off, you know, taking her to appointments and all, which I would do again in a second. It hugely damaged the channel, and so after she passed away, I had to look at the channel as a business, and unfortunately I had to, and that's why I had to put. I would say postpone, because I do want the edits to come out eventually, but I had to. It just wasn't feasible for me to continue doing it, you know. And so I am sorry. I hope you're enjoying the full length reactions. I absolutely love Buffy and Angel. It's nothing to do with the quality of the shows, which is why I stopped posting the videos. It's purely because, like, any video where I could put Spike in the thumbnail would get loads of views. But then when episodes where Spike isn't in the episode, then they would get like less than half of the views that the other videos would get, you know. And that is dangerous when it comes to trying to, you know, I've got to call it a business, guys. It is a business. And so that's why I had to postpone them. But I do want to get them back. And like I say, if I could afford an editor, the first thing I would get them to do is just to breeze through Buffy. Angel will never be a YouTube edits. That's a decision that we made long ago. But Buffy, and again, that's nothing to do with quality. I love Angel, guys. My goodness, the ending of season 3 was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, anyway, there's my little tangent, Phoenix. I thought I'd explain it because I've been getting a few comments lately on the Buffy, and it breaks my heart because I want to be able to get them out. It's just not something that I can do at the moment. You once asked what we do while watching your videos, and I edit videos and listen to them all. Listen to you all the time. Hang on, what? You once asked what we do while watching your videos, and I edit videos and listen to you all the time. That must be very difficult to listen to something whilst you're editing. I guess it depends on what kind of editing. I'm from Georgia, the country. Have you heard of it? Oh, absolutely. Red flag. Red cross, white background, and I don't know what they are. The Georgian flag. It's known as the 5 cross flag. Why is it not showing me a picture of it? Oh, they're crosses! They're crosses! Hence 5. Yes, no, of course I know of Georgia T Phoenix. It's from what I gather, it's a beautiful country. Well, just wanted to say hi. I stretched this comment out if you're just saying hi, but yeah, I wanted to explain the Buffy stuff though. I really did. Well, I just wanted to say hi. Not much to say about this chapter. Just this chapter was when I started to hate Umbridge. I completely understand that. Say hi to Woozle. I will do, T Phoenix. Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for enjoying the Buffy videos. I thoroughly enjoy that show. I really did. We're back to Buffy this week. In fact, yes, we are. Thank you so much. Jacqueline. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. I hope Harry appreciates Ron's great sacrifice, leaving his apple pie. I love the way you bring the apple pie back. The apple pie unfinished, so he could leave the Great Hall in solidarity with Harry. I should clarify, guys, that when I said I had an apple pie for my birthday last year, it was actually a crumble. But I would call a crumble a pie, right? It's in a pie dish. Yeah. Right. I love the fact you bring up the apple pie. That's brilliant. To no one's surprise, the heavyweight showdown of Hermione versus Fred and George goes Hermione's way. She's totally in the right in this scenario as well. I agree, Jacqueline. It's interesting hearing other takes on it, but I'm completely with you. Also, as someone who has gotten several blood draws recently to sort out treatment for anemia, all I could think about is how bad Umbridge's punishment is for Harry's iron levels. Well, that's actually blooming true. Maybe wizards can produce blood fast. I don't know. It's a stretch, isn't it? I'm so sorry to hear that, Jacqueline. I hope you're doing well. Now on to the serious comments. Right, set up, everyone. Well, I'm glad that Harry does ultimately tell Ron about Umbridge's punishment and Hermione about his scar. The one thing that really frustrates me in this book is the lack of communication. Communication! We say it in the buffering videos all the time, guys. We really do. Although the best... We really do. Although the best example of that is yet to come. Oh, okay. I guess I look forward to that. Maybe I don't. I won't say when, so you can experience it as it happens. I feel like I'm going to be really annoyed by it. Jacqueline, great comment though. I appreciate you not saying what it is. And yeah, thank you so much for your comment. I am going to have another break just after Noni. Very interesting placing of events in the common room in this chapter. First, you have Hermione trying to stop Fred and George experimenting on children. I'm sorry, that sentence. That sentence just wild. It's and it's as bad as it sounds. They are literally doing science experiments on the children. It's bad, guys. It's bad. In my opinion, everyone's different. Which let's be honest is a fair point. I agree with you, Noni. In my opinion, potions which presumably are the basis for these sweets are the magical equivalent of medications. Yeah, absolutely. If my 11-year-old came home from school and told me they'd been used as a guinea pig to test new drug, I'd be unhappy to say the least. Yeah, and you'd be unhappy with the school, let alone the other students. It is different because it's the wizarding world, and you know wizards can cope with different things and everything. But I'm with you though, and especially if your child is Muggleborn. It'd be absolutely baffling to Hermione's parents. I always bring up Hermione when it comes to Muggle parents. Which is fine because they're the only ones that we met, aren't they? Yes. Because the Dursleys aren't parents. They are parents, but not to Harry. You thought you had me then, didn't you guys? This is back when I said is Voldemort's parents the only time that we've had Muggles who hate wizards. Completely forgetting about the Dursleys. Not my finest moment. Not my finest moment. Sorry, Nomi, I'm getting sidetracked. As always, I'd be happy. Even if they knew what their likely effects were, they are 11 and not old enough to consent to something like that. That is actually another great point. And also the fact that they are being chosen because they are first years. It can't be a coincidence, guys. The fact that they're going to be the most naive, that has to be the reason why Fred and George are doing it, which is not good. It's seeing them as objects rather than people, isn't it? Based on Harry's opinion, though, they didn't know what would happen, which means they effectively had their food tampered with. Yeah, they've been spiked, like I said earlier. Well, I thought that Hermione had been spiked. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost. I can't see any way that you could argue that's okay. I mean, did they even check for allergies, dietary needs, etc.? You know what? I am going to defend Fred and George here. I think that they would have. I think that they have the paperwork and the research stuff down. I think they're actually very good at it. So I think that they actually would have done that. Maybe I'm alone, but knowing Fred and George for who they are, they do take their business seriously. And so I think they would have actually. Yeah, I'm going to defend them on that. What if they gave nosebleed nougat to someone with a blood clotting disorder? Oh, no. Or puking pastels to someone with a phobia of vomiting? Oh, that's actually absolutely fair. Surely something containing doxy venom wouldn't be considered vegan, right? Yeah, but then again, I would. But if you offer a sweet to a vegan, they're going to say, "Is that vegan?" The problem depends if Fred and George would be willing to say yes, it is when it isn't. Would they? I worry that they would, which would be horrendous, guys. For their own means. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe I'm being unfair. This discussion around Fred and George is really making me really think deeply about the characters and what they would and wouldn't be willing to do. I think they would check the allergy thing, but would they tell a vegan a sweet is vegan when it wasn't? I think they might. I'm not sure. Then immediately after lecturing the twins on their extremely dodgy practices, I love the way you word that, she puts out clothes, clothes in inverted commas, to trick house elves into being freed without their consent or knowledge. Absolutely. Again, though, I do feel like they would be able to revert that quite quickly, but we shall see. I'm sure it's all going to get covered in this book, to be honest. Lots of bad decisions all around. Yeah, true. But even the best people can make bad or harmful decisions when they are focused solely on achieving their goal. Really love that. That sums up Fred and George and Hermione here perfectly. Well done. Which is a good lesson to learn. Yeah, Noni, I love that. I love how you tied that up in a bow with that last sentence. Seriously, that's perfect. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. I'll say this, guys. I've seen a notable appreciation this time to the rule of keeping your comments relatively short. Which I appreciate. Now, that could be because we're only doing one chapter. It very possibly could be to do that, but I have noticed it. So thank you. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Because we've gone through it, guys. We've gone through this book club. We've got 10 more comments to go currently. Obviously, I will do a refresh, I should say, at the end. Just to make sure any last minuters. And this video is going to be over 4 hours. I was a little bit worried that it wouldn't, but, you know, with all the waffle I talk and everything. But also, we've had a boatload to talk about. a boatload to talk about. And so, yeah, this feels good. It feels good. Josh. By the way, guys, whenever I finish a book club, I always post a tweet on Twitter with a GIF from Harry Potter making a joke about the length of the video generally. And so I will be doing that today. So, yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want to see that. Josh. The we've always done that as well, Gray. I think since the very first book review I've done it. The experimenting on kids thing is when I realised Fred and George could be supervillains if anyone else were their parents. Oh wow, I like that a lot. Yeah. Well, Molly, let's face it. It's just really Molly that's keeping it under wraps. They are absolutely chaotic good. Oh, I like it. Honestly, they were on the other side. I don't think that would end well. No, quite. No, absolutely. Yeah. I like the fact you say chaotic good, because that's the whole... I don't know if it's particularly Dungeons and Dragons or role-play games in particular, but you're meant to stick to a certain section, aren't you, of your character? And chaotic good absolutely fits into... I guess you could say chaotic neutral, maybe? But I don't really understand it. It's neutral is always quite confusing. Because I saw a thumbnail for a Twisted Metal video, which I played a couple of the Twisted Metal games, guys. I haven't seen this new show yet, though. And in the thumbnail it says that Calypso, who's like the runner of the tournament, I guess you could say, I think it said is chaotic neutral, which surprises me because I would have thought he would have been evil, but yeah, there's lots of nuances to it, aren't there? Josh, thank you so much for your comment, greatly made, and yeah, evil Fred and George would not be a good thing, would it? Or maybe just one of them being evil. VEGGIEKNIGHTS. First time, I thought so. I thought I had said that name before. I love the Deathly Hollows icon, by the way. First time greetings to both yourself and Woozle. Thank you so much, VEGGIEKNIGHTS. That's so kind of you. We had Woozle in earlier on. I won't go and get her again, but she sends her love as well. But thank you so much for your first comment, though. Just a few of my thoughts. I believe that Hermione would have tried to stop the twins experimenting even if she was not a prefect. Yes, I agree. I completely agree. Yes, absolutely. Including her threat to tell Mrs. Weasley. I completely agree as well. I wonder if her approach would have been the same, though, confronting them so publicly. And now that's a great point. I completely with you. I'm completely with you that she would have approached them. She wouldn't have made it. She wouldn't have she wouldn't have snatched the checkboard and the sweets from them. I don't think. So yeah, I do feel like that her approach would have been different. I think she would have done it publicly, but it wouldn't have been because it feels like she's almost announcing it to the common room. I'm not sure that's fair actually. That might be unfair of me. But I do feel like it would have been subtly different. But I do agree with you. I feel like she still would have done it. Great point as well. If Harry had been made prefect, how would he have handled the situation? Well, he wouldn't have been able to do jack because he's been funding it, isn't he? I don't think he would have been any better than Ron was. No, I don't think he would be a very good prefect. I really don't, guys. I know that because he was meant to be the one which people expected to get. I don't think he'd be very good at it. Yeah, I really don't. So yeah, I think he'd be exactly like Ron, like you say. With the trauma that Harry went through in the graveyard, and then the attacks on attacks by the paper, and being told that he is a deranged liar, I can understand why Harry would not want to go to Dumbledore or to Umbridge when he is feeling rather abandoned by him right now. Yeah, exactly. And even with Hermione and Ron, he doesn't understand why he's not saying it, or to an extent. But yeah, it is understandable. It's frustrating because I want Umbridge to be told off, and she's not going to be. But I can see it as well, though. Complicated character, guys. That's what makes him great. I just want to wrap up by telling you how much I appreciate the book club. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I love your name, by the way. I think that might, particularly as you have a Harry Potter icon as well. I presume that means you're Hufflepuff. Maybe. But anyway, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for your first comment. We've had a few first comments today. Thank you all for being here, guys. Seriously, it's greatly appreciated. And I hope to see you next time. We are moving on to John. Umbridge, we are recording, aren't we? Yes. I always worry. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've done it before where I thought I was recording and I wasn't. And I've also done it before where I've pressed start streaming and start recording, which is embarrassing. Umbridge making Harry write lines and carve the words into his skin was already bad enough in the movie. Sorry, John. But it's even worse in the book after the first couple of detentions when Harry's hand starts bleeding. It's a criminal offence. Yeah, I don't think they could have made it. I feel like they were walking a tightrope with that scene when it comes to what is okay to be in a PG, I presume. Parental guidance. Oh no, the term PG is used in other countries, isn't it? Of course it is. So I feel like they did. The scene is brilliant. The scene is brilliant. But the book could get away with it more. I feel like, you know, I feel like that's why it's even worse. It's criminal offence. Absolutely, it is. Well, I don't know if it is because this is the Wizarding World, so I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. It's very interesting though. John, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Simon, we're having a... I'm not sure if I can say that on YouTube. We're having a ball. We're having a... We're against the wall. Now, the weirdest thing, Simon, I don't know what this is from. I absolutely don't. But I have heard it being sung on a podcast once. On the Trap Soul podcast, which isn't available anymore, unfortunately. I might contact them and see if I can get them to send me copies of it. Cause I used to listen to that every single night when I'm going to sleep. Oh, they still have Pot on. Although that is a Patreon thing now, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what it's from. If it even is from a comedy, I have no idea. Oh no, you start branching out now, haven't you? So it may not be a comedy, but I don't know. But I ain't saying that on YouTube. So, thoughts I'd go for a... I thought I'd go with a City of Culture reference. So I thought I'd go with a City of Culture relevant film quote this time. City of Culture relative... I'm not sure even what that means. I don't believe I'm typing this in. I just feel like I'm going to be showing up on some kind of register after typing this in. Black Lace, apparently. That was a Black Lace song. I don't know what my voice going with. No, my voice went on like that. Sound like Leonard Rossiter. Oh, Miss Jones. Oh my God! Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Close window. Well, okay, one, I ain't got safety search on clearly. Why did I do that? One thing I try often do, guys, is when I search something, I look at the top result and then I immediately go to images to see if it has any more context. So maybe if the song is on a movie or something like that, which it sounds like it is on a movie. But you know what? It probably isn't in the movies which I just saw pictures of. It's lucky I don't wear glasses, isn't it? You know that scene in Alan Partridge, Alpha Papa, where Lynn, which is okay. It's not the best Alan Partridge, guys, but it is a good movie. It has some very funny, very, very funny moments. But Alan is in his shed, apparently doing research of some kind. And Lynn comes in, and he's like startled. but he's got these like glasses on, and you can see the reflection of what's on the screen in front. I should say he's on a laptop, and you can see what's on his laptop in the reflection of his glasses. And well, it's basically not a million miles from that, as I remember. What the? Okay. What was I thinking? This is your fault, Simon. I hope you realise this. What was I thinking? But I do it. I do it with everything, guys. Like food products, everything. I like search, go past the ads, read the first one, and then go to images for further context. So I'm able to process things better through images rather than reading, typically because I'm a dyslexic. I feel like I've just aged a decade. Anyway, is that the stupidest thing I've done in these videos? I mean, saying that Molly was wrong for giving. In fact, I mentioned her earlier on, but Tebby, which I hope you don't mind me saying your name because you haven't actually, you're not part of the book club. I've seen your comments on YouTube, rightly calling out my take on Molly sending Harry food in it would have been a goblet, wouldn't it? I think. Was that the stupidest thing I've done in these videos, or was this moment? And I nearly said something rude earlier on with Pav and Lav, which I now realise doesn't quite scan, but you might be able to work out what I nearly accidentally said. Nearly saw some of that just now. Sanitizing my hands. Fred's course is they're alive, aren't they? Answer kind of makes wonder if them not being alive was an option. Oh, that's actually a fair point. Actually, no, I don't think so. I feel like he's kind of. I think he's joking, isn't he? Yeah, it's like if someone's had a bad day and then and they're moaning about it, and you say, "Oh, come on, you're still alive." That's what I feel like it kind of is, Looks like spews don't. It looks like spews just don't, Veggie. It looks like spews back. Oh God. It looks like spews back on the menu, boys. What does that mean? I love it. Looking forward. Oh, that's a Lord of the Rings reference, isn't it? Oh, I'm the best. I got the reference. That's brilliant. Looking forward to seeing what you think of Hermione's new tactics towards going forward. Can't say I'm a fan of her current tactics. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the tactics, but I am a fan of the great. Not the greater good, but I know her heart is in the right place. That is absolutely my take on it. I wonder where Draco gets his info from, as his knowledge for Hagrid seems more than something he'd overheard. Yeah, I mean, for one, I don't think it's true, but also, you're right. He clearly knows more than I would have expected him to. The detention itself is much better in the book. The film really doesn't do it justice. His scar also hurting when Dolores touches him is also a nice touch, which I think is book exclusive. It is. I'm sure it is, Simon. The thing is, we've had a lot of people saying that the book's a lot better than the movie this time. I feel like the movie did what. I feel like it did the best it could. That's my take of it. I don't know. Let me know what you would have done differently, guys. But, I think maybe having it happen several times would have actually been better. But I don't know. It definitely had an impact on me when I was watching it. So I feel like it did the job. Ethics aside, the quill would be very effective detention tool for general use. A normal student is not going to step out of line once they've had that punishment. I completely understand what you're saying, Simon, but that also gives the green light for everything. You know, it's all like if you smashed a kid in the face, they would probably not be naughty again. But you're also assaulting a child, you know, and so yeah, I do see what you mean. I mean, I think that my dad would have been caned, I'm sure, because I feel like he was a bit of a tearaway when he was younger. My mum was absolutely petrified of it. She was absolutely terrified of it. So, just as a threat, she found it effective. But then again, this is worse than caning. It's so interesting watching stuff which had caning back then, guys. Because Simon, I think you've watched all the Carry Ons, haven't you? I'm sure you would have done. You would have done. I know that you have an interest in comedy from that era as much as I do. But in Carry On Teacher, which is the second movie, third maybe. I feel like Carry On Nurse might be the second. Order of Carry On movies. Go to Wikipedia, that's fine. Third! Yeah, Nurse was second. It's so interesting that's the kid who goes on to be in Mad About the House. At the end, like I think it's 2 girls and 2 boys are caught setting up a prank, because that's basically what the movie's about. And the girls are told to go back to class, and the boys are going to get caned. And that's because, and because some of these Carry On movies I watched with my mother, because she loved them all when she was younger. And she said that was basically as it is. What if a girl is with a boy or boys, and they're caught doing something that they shouldn't be, which is a canable offence, the girls won't be punished because they would have been led along. Which is bizarre, isn't it? I would say, yeah, it is bizarre. But, you know, different time, of course. And the whole caning, in my opinion, is you know, of its time as well. Anyway, Simon, great comment. Thank you so much for ruining my day with me checking the images. I cannot believe I did it. I cannot believe I did it. Anyway, I'm gonna sort out my search history now, aren't I? However, the quill Umbridge uses on Harry is very similar in nature to Friend George's so-called pranks, but it's less dangerous. My brain always immediately goes back to Dudley, which maybe it shouldn't, but it does. What they did to Dudley was horrific and could have been deadly. So yeah, I'm with you. Although the similarity to Umbridge's quill, because it is designed as a punishment, isn't it? But you know, you could argue Fred and George were punishing Dudley. They're not punishing the first years. I do feel like they are in business mode now, but it's so that's not punishment. But they have no concern for them, in my opinion, and it sounds like you as well. However, personally, if I had to choose between the quill carving into my skin and a toffee that attempts to suffocate me to death, I would choose the quill. I would as well. It's a nasty freaking choice, isn't it? Again, we go into the whole thing of people in the Wizarding World potentially being able to be more of a safety net around that sort of thing, but at the same time, they gave a sweet to Dudley. So I'm with you. I'm with you, Howard. The twins are not good guys. In fact, they are some of the most detestable characters in the series. I can completely understand that take. I really can. One thing I will say, however, in not even in their defense, because it's a different time and subject and everything, but the way that they acted around Harry in Chamber was actually really awesome for Harry. Like they were making such a like they were making a bigger thing of it than it actually is. That Harry's the heir of Slytherin and all that sort of stuff and everything, you know, make way for him and like get back and everything. They were making it such a ridiculous thing that it actually made the situation better for Harry, in my opinion. But that being said, that doesn't mean that anything that they do gets a pass. So I am against what they are doing here. They are sadistic and callous. So I'm going to stop talking about previous events now and talking about what's happening in this chapter. Callous, I completely agree. Sadistic, I don't. I would say that they're almost sociopathic. I wouldn't say sadistic. Well, I think that the term sociopath gets misused a lot, so I should really take that back. But I don't think they're being sadistic here. I feel like Umbridge is being sadistic. As in literally enjoying someone's pain. They hurt people for fun, and use them as a means to the end. That bit I definitely agree with, means to the end. Absolutely. Hurting people for fun in this current situation, I don't see, but I definitely see the using them as a tool. They consistently choose victims who are unable to fight back. A Muggle boy, first year students. Yeah, absolutely. They use. I feel like the first year students are being chosen because of their naivety. But yes, they are being chosen for a reason. Definitely, they use deceit and manipulation to get what they want. That's that, you can't argue against that, unless you do. Because we've had some comments here in this book club which have said that they believed that Fred and George, that the first years knew exactly what they were signing up for. I don't buy it. Harry doesn't buy it. Yeah, so that's my take on that. Or it seems like some people would disagree with that. Let me point out that the twins are legally adult and therefore fully responsible for their actions. Are they legally adults? Because legally adult in the UK at least is 18. I thought they were 17 at this point. Because they're 2 years older than Harry. 2? I think that they're still not technically legally adults. I think, however. But then again, Wizarding World, it could be different. So yeah, I'm not sure. And therefore fully responsible for their actions. I mean, they're fully responsible for their actions anyway. That's interesting, actually, because maybe they wouldn't have been if they were younger. It's bad what they're doing, though, in my opinion. Fred and George are adult men who concisely... consciously? I can't. I don't... I don't know. I'm sorry, how I'm going to skip that move, that word. Who prey on 11-year-old children, took advantage of their gullibility. I completely agree, and deceived them into eating laced sweets that made them passed out. Yeah, lacing anything with something that someone doesn't know, guys, is never good. It really isn't. Even if it's just like feeding a vegan some meat and everything, guys, it may not seem like a bad thing, but it really is a bad thing. For one, it's going to make them sick. Lacing anything with anything that people don't know about is not okay, guys. It's a level of trust which is violated. It's the next thing you said. Violating their trust and their bodily integrity. I love that term. And their personal autonomy in the process. That is absolutely true. I cannot argue with a word of that. That is sick beyond words. It is also a criminal offence. Again, we don't know if it is because it's the Wizarding World, but you'd hope it is. You'd hope it would be. There would have to be safety checks in the wisdom mod for this sort of thing. There would have to be, guys. Considering how dangerous potions, I mean, they're essentially potions, aren't they, however? How dangerous potions can be. There had to be safety guards around, you know, tricking people into having them. Hermione. In my opinion, the twins deserve a nice little call in Azkaban right next to Umbridge's. Wow. Oh, cell next to Umbridge's. Okay, cool. Because for a second, I did feel like you were going light on Umbridge there, but I don't think they should go to Azkaban. But I do feel like what they need is more. No, they're not going to listen to Molly anymore. They need some sort of punishment. They do, guys. I think it's bad what they did. Azkaban might be a little bit of a stretch, though. The worst of the worst wizards, you know. However, great comment. I agree with the vast majority of it. So I appreciate that. But I appreciate comments that I disagree with as well, though. Because I'm just a general great guy, is what I'm saying, guys. Sorry. However, great comment. Dobby. Hi, Veggie. I've been doing some overthinking. We've all been there. I wonder when something counts as clothes. I know. Something counts as clothes and is able to set a household free. A hat counts as clothing, and apparently, woolly bladder is meant to be a hat. Also, is clothing. Oh God, Dobby. I guess it's the intent of the person who created it. Because a hat can be anything, guys. There are some wild designs of hats. What are those things called? Where they're like tiny little hats? Oh, what are they called? Oh, I really like the name of them. I can't remember what they're called. It's like impacts or something like that. What are small hats called that are worn by women at weddings? Fascinator! I can't believe that actually. I cannot believe that actually worked. I love that term. I think I've been to like one wedding ever. I don't know, guys. I'm a lonely guy. So I go up all the time, guys. This is my socialising. Talking with you guys, you know. No, I've been to more than one wedding, of course I have. But where is the line? What happens if I put something else on my head with the intention of wearing it? Yeah, that's actually true as well. You can make something a hat. Of course you can. Does that also make it clothing? Is a pillowcase clothing if I decide to put it on my head? It's so interesting that you use pillowcase as an example there. Oh, you're going to go into it. But then Dobby's pillowcase would certainly count as clothing, since he is really wearing it. So why isn't Dobby set free by having his own clothing pillowcase? I didn't expect to go down such a rabbit hole in this chapter, lol. I mean, I could see you've been overthinking, Dobby, but I'm absolutely with you. It has to be the intention of the person who's making it. It has to be. It can't be that you change something into a hat and now that counts. It has to be. But even that brings up so many other questions as well. Relating Dutch. Or maybe it is more relaxed thing. Maybe it is more relaxed thing of they don't really think about it that deeply. It's possible that they don't think about it that deeply. Rated Dutch fun facts of the month. Excellent. Looking forward to this. I've been to Holland, which obviously isn't the whole of I don't believe this. The Netherlands. There we go. My goodness. First time I was ever drunk. Woke up with sick all over my legs. Good days, good days. Anyway. Oh, here's a fun story. Okay, I apologise about this story is going to sound like I'm generalising, Dobby, and I don't mean to, so I'm sorry if I do. But we were in Amsterdam as a family. I was pretty young. I was in my teens, I think. Yeah, I was. And we were going around, as you do as a family, seeing all the sights and everything. We saw Anne Frank's house, but we didn't go in. Or did we go in? I don't think we did. Because it's an empty house, isn't it? It's just an empty house. But my mother was absolutely determined to see the red light district. It was like her main thing that she had to do. And so she was leading us around the streets looking for prostitutes. I can't believe I just said that in this video. Anyway, yes, that is true. But it's sorry, that really does sound like I was generalising there. But it is a beautiful country though. Amsterdam's a gorgeous city. It really is. And the countryside is gorgeous as well. Obviously, it's notably flat because a lot of the Netherlands was man-made. Is that right? And lots of beautiful. I want to say wind farm, but that's not right. Oh, what is it? What does Windy Miller live in? Windmill. And what's his name? Rodhol. Ignore me. It is a beautiful country, so sorry about telling that very generalised story there. And we also we went around some of the historical war places as well. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Dobby. I don't know why I told that stupid story. It's the fact that it was my mother who was desperate about seeing it. It's bizarre. Okay, so related Dutch fun fact of the month. Spew is translated to stichting herself vu inburglar en tolerantie. I like the tolerantie, which gives oh my goodness, which gives the the acronym of that, which I didn't pick up while I was saying it. Which Dutchies like to borrow some of the English swear words. So it's knowingly using a foreign swear word. That's very interesting, isn't it? I guess it's like on Buffy. Spike using. I was going to do it then. I'm not going to. Which would be fine because I would be able to, but I'm not going to because it is rude for me. But to stick two fingers up in the UK is offensive. In other places it isn't. And so Spike does that at one glorious moment in a great episode with I can't be bothered. it's Hush. All right. I'm sorry. I got a Funko Pop of the gentleman, but I won't grab it. Sorry about I shouldn't have told that stupid story, Dobby, because that really limits what the Netherlands and Holland are. It is a gorgeous country, and I'd recommend anyone go there. It's lovely, and lovely people as well. Thank you so much, Dobby. Great comment. Pumpkin Sparks. Hey, hey-o, Woozle Human. Excellent. It would, and also Pumpkin Sparks, thank you so much for the help with the book cover project, which we will be starting very soon. It's good. It's a good thing we relatively recently talked about the time of the other project, because I totally forgot to read this month's chapter. Oh, oops. Thanks for reminding me. No problem. Most of my thoughts... You've been busy, Pumpkin Spice, setting up the other project, so I appreciate it. Most of my thoughts have already been touched on. Pardon me. I'm a mess today, aren't I, guys? We're over 4 hours. So I'm going to be on a bit of a harmony tangent. Since I missed most of book 4... because brain chemistry is stupid sometimes. I'm sorry to hear that. I couldn't really get into Spew, which is a sentence. I think it was in book 3 when I mentioned that I read Hermione as being slightly on the spectrum, and that she will develop a special interest in later books that remind me of myself at that age. It spew. Oh, really? How interesting. I can see that. I mean, the thing is, she's the counter to Luna, but that doesn't mean that she's the opposite from Luna. And obviously, that's why it's a spectrum, guys. It's not a line, it's a spectrum. And so, that's very interesting. That's very interesting, Pumpkin Sparks. Just like her as a teen, I really got invested into social justice topics without understanding or even seeing any of the nuances. Well, that's really what Spew is meant to be a reference to, isn't it? Yes. Surely if I point out the issue and show my logic, people will follow suit because it's logical. Complications like emotional response and tradition and ingrained socially in standards that didn't even occur to me as a problem. I see that Hermione as well. Her thinking very black and white and led by logic when it comes to social issues. Yeah, a lot of people on the spectrum are very logical, guys, and also have a massive dislike of injustice. It's a huge thing for a lot of people. Ironically, her response to falling on deaf ears quite emotional. But don't tell her. Ironically, her response to falling on deaf ears is quite emotional. But don't tell her. Now she went into action mode and tried to trick the house elves into being freed, not considering the well-being of the people she's trying to help. There is no place in society for a free house elf. They would see themselves as tainted. Look at Winky. Good old Winky. It's been a while since we met Winky, hasn't it? They would be distraught since no one other than Dumbledore would pay a house elf. They would be shunned by their own people. Again, but I do feel like you'd be able to get re-employed very simply, though. I really do, but by your previous employer. Freeing enslaved people and visiting Britain as absolutely is a society run by slaves. Oh, right, sure. Needs time and care, and you can't just willy-nilly throw freedom hats, amazing, at a group of people who had been indoctrinated for generations. That's actually absolutely true. And that's it. The indoctrination is horrific, and that's what Hermione's trying to fight against, you know? So, Hermione, I know it's not easy, and your cause is just and right, but please get some perspective. I have a whole TED talk in my head about this topic. Oh, it's a fascinating topic. It'd make a great video, you know. Conclusion: Book Hermione is such an intriguing character. I love her so much with all her flaws. Absolutely, she is such a freaking. I said freaking. Highlight in these books. She really is, and you know, this is just adding more to her character. Pumpkin Scots, thank you so much for the TED talk. Let's see how many more we got. We've got 3 more. And then I will do the refresh. Hey Veggie, a few thoughts for this chapter. And happy to have one at a time. Oh, sorry. A few thoughts on this chapter, and I'm happy to have one at a time when that works best for you. I really appreciate Savage Game. I really, really do. So maybe, I don't know, doing two back to back is probably a bad idea. But just was in Eba saying back to Hogwarts. Let's have a look at the length of the next few, because it really is the length that's a killer for me, guys. You see, if I were to do. If I was to do the next chapter...
Chapter 18. Double doors.
Shut up! Don't worry, I'm not that far, guys. I clicked on the list instead of dragging it. So I've not listened that far. Don't worry.
Chapter 16.
Shut up.
Chapter 14.
Thank you. And it's talking faster. Normally, I usually have it on 0.7 speed, just so I can get my notes down in time. But then when listening back to it on day of recording, then I have it on sped up speed. It would really help me out if we did the next one as a single chapter. But I really don't want to give the impression that this is going to be a very regular thing, guys. The next two are sub 50 minutes. So we might do a single chapter next time. I don't know. I think that might be a bad idea. You know what? I'll see how this video goes down. We shall see. We'll make a decision on it, guys. But it would help me out if it was a single one. Either way, moving on. Savage Kim. Hiya, Veggie. A few thoughts for this chapter, and happy to have. Happy to have when it works out for you. Thank you, Savage Kim. I actually feel a little sad when Harry, guilty, tells Hermione he'd rather not knit with her. Me too. I felt so sad for Hermione. Obviously, friends don't need to like each like the same exact same things, but it made me reflect on their friendship. Oh, I'm gonna push. You know what? Okay. Let's finish this sentence. This paragraph. I get the impression he thinks Ron is a bit more fun to hang out with than her. She's good to talk to and discuss things, but not who she'd pick to have fun. Thoughts? Hermione has really helped Harry out. She really has. Do you think that she found helping him with the spells? She may have found it fun, actually. I think it would have been a nice gesture to do something like this with Hermione. Now, the ethics of the hat does throw up a smokescreen, and that makes it a lot more complicated, is what I'm saying, for Harry to be complicit in it, and obviously then Ron finding out would be mortified. But you think about the amount of times that Hermione has helped Harry out with their homework, with like tasks in the Triwizard Tournament and everything. Throw her a bone, seriously. Do something that she wants to do. But at the same time, the ethics of the hat do make this a much different situation. I wonder if it's going to rain again today, because we're nearly done, which means it's nearly WALK time. Oh no, it's not going to rain today. Oh, it might do. It's unlikely though, apparently. Cool. It's good. We're finally getting some rain though. Oh god, I'm so boring. Right. The book version of Detention shows just how I don't find discussing weather boring at all, guys. I should say it's just, but apparently it's a boring subject. The book version of Detention shows just how horrifying it actually is. Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. I got confused there. Yeah, absolutely. They couldn't show it that graphically in the movie and get it past the ratings. I hope you're well. Thank you so much, Savage Game. I hope you're well as well. Alias. Hi, Veggie. I've been pretty busy lately with moving halfway across the country and starting a new job. Congratulations on the new job, and I hope that the move went as well as it can do. Apparently, it's one of the most stressful things you can do. So I didn't prepare a message for this book club or the last. That's okay. It's good to have time away. But I didn't have much to talk about in the last few chapters, to be honest. Well, there you go. That's perfect. Inspired by your last Avatar reactions, which are pretty fun to watch, being relatively new to the series myself. Fantastic. Yeah, there's a few people watching it for the first time with me. It's great, guys. It's so good. It had some difficult it has some difficult topics in it. Let's put it like that. I have a suggestion for you. If you haven't already, and if you don't mind, could you take a look at the title of the next chapter of the book? I know it. I think it's Percy and Padfoot. Chapter 14. I'm curious to hear what you'll make of it. I know. Percy being in a chapter title. It's a shame that I couldn't have recorded my reaction, guys. But Fred and George have not been in the title chapter title. Harry has, I'm sure. I don't think Ron has. Hermione, I think she has. Mrs. Weasley has. Arthur, I don't think has. Mrs. Weasley and Arthur. Molly has. I don't think Arthur has. Dumbledore obviously has. It's very interesting how few characters have had their name in a title. Obviously, all the Marauders have. And yet Percy is the first as one. It makes me very happy. I have no idea where it's going, but I can't wait to find out, though. Go away, little fly. Go over there. I'll let you out in a bit. Yes. So I'm already looking forward to it. So, Alias, thank you so much for your comment. And like I say, I hope the new job is going great. And Jonas appears to be wrapping this up. I will do the refresh in a moment. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Maybe I have missed it, but does Hermione knit all those hats per hand, or does she use a spell? She's using magic now. So she said that when she wasn't at Hogwarts, it took her a lot longer because she's very slow at knitting. But now she's back at Hogwarts, she's going to be able to make more fast, and so she's using magic. Yes. What kind of magic? I have no idea. It must be a complicated one. It might be a topic where Mrs. Weasley would be greatest teacher ever. That's a great point. As long as she didn't tell her what reason that she's learning it for. But that's so true, because we've seen flying knitting, haven't we? I'm not sure if it's ever mentioned in the movie, but it was definitely in the Burrow, I'm pretty certain. I'm sure it was. And obviously Mrs. Weasley knits all the jumpers, doesn't she? Great point, great point. Also, do you think Mrs. Weasley... So interesting. Everyone apart from me calls her Mrs. Weasley. I call her Molly, guys. I call him just now, obviously. But yeah, so interesting that everyone calls her Mrs. Weasley. And Mr. Weasley. I call him Molly and Arthur. Maybe it's when you read the books for the first time, maybe. Also, do you think Mrs. Weasley would like to have a house elf? I somehow would think that she would check everything in the house elf does to make sure it's done properly. Maybe, but after a while of the house elf doing it properly, I think she'd chill out, wouldn't she? Be an initial thing. And obviously house elves are generational, you know. And so, yeah, I think they'd be okay with it. And they'd obviously treat them very well. So we haven't had any nicely treated house elves, apart from the ones at Hogwarts, of course. Yeah. Hopefully you have a more relaxed time with the one chapter episode. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much, Jonas. Well, you know what, Jonas? You just have. So I'll do the quick refresh real quick. That is us done, guys. We wrapped it up with Jonas. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panel, as always. We shall see. So this video, I believe, has been over 4.5 hours, guys. I do think it might be a good idea. Because what I'm saying is, like, after the next chapter, the next few are sub 50 minutes. And so you're going to be getting 2 chapter ones, definitely. But if I do the next one as a singular, then that'll be over 50 minutes. And then we'll be doing the sub 50 minutes ones going forward. I guess it depends on how well this video does, or what you think about it. So give me your feedback, guys. Good or negative? Did you think it's worked better as a single episode? Is it slowing the series down too much to have them? Because if so, if not, we might do a single chapter next time. But I feel bad about doing that. I really do. We'll work it out, guys. But thank you so much for watching. Sorry about all the tangents, as always. Sorry about my dream. Sorry about what I did. What Simon forced me to do. Love every single one of you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer. I got that burnt into my retina now. And I'll see you next time.